All right, thanks everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Consultation Committee meeting tonight, 12th of April 2022, Nillumbik Shire Council. I'll be chairing the first part of the meeting. My name is Peter Perkins, and I'm the Chair of Planning, and then later on when we get to the consultation matters, Councillor Jeff Payne will chair that part of the meeting. So members of the public are advised the meeting will be live streamed and recorded, and the live stream recording will be made publicly available on YouTube and Council's website. Let's read out the acknowledgement of country. Nillumbik Shire Council respectfully acknowledges the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people as the traditional owners of the country on which Nillumbik is located, and we value the significance for the Wurundjeri people's history as essential to the unique character of the Shire. We pay tribute to all First Nations people living in Nillumbik, give respect to elders past, present and future, and extend that respect to all First Nations people. We respect the enduring strength of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and acknowledge the ongoing impacts of past trauma and injustices from European invasion, massacres and genocide committed against First Nations people. We acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people hold a deep and ongoing connection to this place. We value the distinctive place of our First Nations people in both Nillumbik and Australia's identity, from their cultural heritage and care of the land and waterways to their ongoing contributions in many fields, including academia, agriculture, art, economics, law, sport and politics. Thank you. We've got one councillor not with us tonight, and I'll look to Councillor Payne for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation that Council approves the leave of absence for the Mayor, Councillor Francis Eyre, for the leave of absence for Tuesday, 12th of April 2022.
Thanks, Councillor Payne. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ramcharan. Any discussion, councillors? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried. It's unanimous. Thank you. Next on the agenda is disclosure of conflicts of interest. Does any councillor have a conflict of interest they wish to disclose? Next up is confirmation of minutes, and I'll look for a mover. Councillor Payne.
I concur. I move. Great. I'd like to move the recommendation. The committee, acting under delegation from Council, confirms the minutes of the Planning and Consultation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 8th of March 2022, as per Attachment 1.
Thank you, Councillor Stockman. Councillor Payne. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Councillor Stockman. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried, we think. You're right. I'll just put it to the vote again. Put that last motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried. It is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So now on to the first of the officer reports. Construction of 2 double-storey dwellings, buildings and works to alter the existing dwelling and removal of vegetation at 117 Progress Road in Eltham North. We've got a number of people speaking tonight, and 3 that I'll read out. I'll call you forward. Actually, it's more than 3 that I'll read out. It's 4 that I'll read out. So I've got 4 in person, and I'll just call you up one by one. The people speaking tonight, you have three minutes. We're going to have to cut you right off at the 3-minute mark. Try not to repeat something a previous submitter has said, if you can help it. But I'll first call Veronique Little, the first submitter. Hope I said your name right. So there is a microphone. Yeah, there's a green button. Green light will come on and your time will start when you start. So just turn your microphone on, so press one of those buttons.
Okay. I wanted to make a point before, in fact my husband will speak as well, and he will talk about our position as far as this development is concerned. But I wanted to make the council aware of something that happened quite recently, in fact on the 1st of February, just after we got the notice that this development was required. I was sent an anonymous letter. I received an anonymous letter which accused me of circulating a pamphlet opposing the development proposed at 117 Progress Road. And in this way, inciting the neighbourhood against the family living at 117 Progress Road. So actually making it personal when, in fact, of course, I was not the author of that pamphlet. So the letter was anonymous, and its tone was intimidated, and I was. It actually even contained an attack on my character, a sly on my character, and it frightened me. I must say that I abhor anonymous things in any case, and I would never send anything. I was upset when I indeed received that pamphlet because it was not signed, and knowing all the people involved, I was frightened that I could actually be accused, and that happened. It actually happened, that I got that letter. I was intimidated and frightened, so I didn't want to be a scapegoat of any situation, and I decided that we'd withdraw any thought of opposing the development. We had opposed it the year before, but it was removed and it was reposted, and so that my positions were very clear about it, and I opposed it because I believed that it was inappropriate in our area, out of character completely with our area. But that we were not going to do that because I didn't want anything personal to issue from that. But then I thought about it, and in fact I got quite angry because I thought it was my right, but also my responsibility to say what I believed about that development. So I chose to inform the council about that letter, which I thought was very serious, really, and also, in fact, to make an objection to that development. But I didn't get a response. We were late committing that thing, and we didn't get a response. We didn't get an invitation to the planning committee. So that's why I'm here today. I wanted to tell the council I needed that to be
Okay,
heard.
thanks, Veronica. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy to answer any questions from council if councillors have any questions. Any questions, councillors? No, it appears not. Thanks. Well, hang on. Councillor Duffy.
Just one question, Veronique. I understand that you felt intimidated and frightened by the letter that was sent around that was said to have been written by you, so I can understand why you chose at that time not to put in a submission in the formal planning sense, but you're here tonight and you've spent a lot of the time telling us about what happened to you, but we haven't actually heard very much about why you object to this application. So I'm wondering if you could be very brief in telling us what the points are that are most upsetting to you about this application.
Councillor Duffy, I can't allow that. Like, you've had your 3 minutes, and you know you chose to speak on the matter you spoke on, so I can't allow an extension.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Veronica. The next, we have many submitters tonight, and we have to move through. I believe your husband Dermot Little is speaking to the application. Thanks, Dermot.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for inviting us tonight. People talk about Eltham as a special place. They wax lyrical about the qualities of the environment and the quality of living in this suburb. And so I want to set our objections in that context. Possibly much of what I say will rub against some of the categories that have been obviously legislated for approval of this proposal, in which case you'll disregard them, but nevertheless I'll tell you what they are. seems to me that the character of Eltham in particular, if not Nillumbik altogether, the character is that it's a harmonious community. People live in relative harmony with each other and in particular with the natural environment. So what does that mean? Well, it means that people seek to have a conversation with the environment, not to impose upon it, to build dwellings and other buildings that, if you like, take account of what's there and either enhance it or at least acknowledge its presence. So, for example, we have houses by Alistair Knox and a library by Greg Burgess, and we acknowledge the interrelationship of these buildings with the environment. And this acknowledgement flows through to many of the homes in Eltham, and people enjoy that particular quality. It separates this area from suburbs which are not as fortunate in such a beautiful environment as Eltham. Now, we don't object to development per se. We acknowledge the reality that development will occur, and it would be foolish to simply oppose everything. However, we look for developments which exist in some relationship with the environment. For example, our house is one of a number on a lower area of Progress Road. All of the allotments are really quite steeply sloped, and so the buildings, of which ours is one, are placed in a sensitive juxtaposition with each other. This maximises, if you like, the feeling of space around each house and the fact that we're not living cheek by jowl with our neighbours. Seems to me that this takes a good account of the living quality of people in this area.
I'm sorry, Dermot, but your time is up.
My goodness, okay.
All right, so there is for the speakers, there is a clock running. Keep an eye on the time.
Sorry, I wasn't watching that. I beg your pardon. Well, I have other things, but I've already made a written submission.
Yep, we've received that.
Prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Amsharan?
Yes, thank you, Dermot. I was just wondering if you're aware of the neighbourhood character study that Council's doing at the moment, because I think a lot of what you just said would be fantastic input into that. And it would be great if you could make a submission on our website.
I'm very happy to do that.
Fantastic. If you just Google neighbourhood character strategy Nillumbik, you'll be able to make a submission.
I'll certainly do that.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the invitation.
Councillor Regan, you have a question?
For 15 years.
My button's not working. 15. Sorry. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thanks very much, David.
Okay.
The next submitter is Chris Libertino. Chris, if you're here, thank you. Your mic's on.
How's it going, councillors, everyone? So me and my wife, we have quite a young family. We've actually moved from Banyule Council to 115 Progress Road 5-6 months ago. The reason that we were doing that is because Banyule Council seemed to worry more about putting up as many dwellings as possible to fit as many people in as possible. So we have paid an additional 150 plus to get a property that we had for school zones for my son, for safe living for our family, for private living. We're not living as sardines as you would in the city. In other suburbs, Heidelberg, Greensborough is getting similar to something similar. Whereas now, obviously, 6 months in, there's a couple of dwellings that are looking at going next door that will increase on our privacy. Obviously, my son is only 2.5 years old. My wife's currently pregnant with another one, so that's increased traffic flow on an already busy street. And then not to mention, we also have, with the driveway moving to the other side, there is a legal matter potentially moving forward, depending on what advice we get in regards to a possible adverse possession claim. So we have paid and we have deliberately made the choice to move into the Nillumbik area because of the lifestyle that it does. My parents are in Diamond Creek. They look after the vegetation, they look after the people, and they understand that people are moving there and that you're paying for a particular area and you're paying for the sites. It's great for me to sit out with dinner, have my son next to me and look at the possums climb from tree to tree, look at the trees there, because you can't really get that closer to the city. So that's the entire reason that we've moved to where we are. So keeping in mind of time and depending on any questions, I just want you all to, when you're thinking about this, that I understand that, progress, certain things will happen eventually, but right now we've got to hold on to the vegetation and the stigma that is around Nillumbik, that when you move here, it's like being in the country without being in the country. Happy to answer any questions if anyone's got them.
Thanks, Chris. Councillors, anyone wanting to ask Chris a question? Councillor Duffy.
Chris, I'm interested to know what the impact is of the adverse possession that you're talking about, how this application will affect your
So
property.
at the minute, their fence line between 115 and 117 has been there for about 45 years. Adverse possession, you need 15 years of consecutive time. The fence hasn't been pulled down. We've got a stat deck from one particular owner chasing up another one. Some health concerns there, that's why it has taken some time. But it does go over onto the original plot of 117. But it has been there for 45 years. With this development, it's actually knocking down the fence, bringing it in, knocking down a bit of our pergola, the driveway that we've just recently purchased, taking some of that. So we've had no choice we weren't made aware of it or anything. It was just the application went up from yourselves, which is great. So we did our homework. So we've just got to figure out what's best for our family, and depending on how this goes, then obviously we've really got to ramp that up and get it done a lot quicker depending on how it happens.
Thanks, Chris. There's no other questions. I'll call the next. Thank you very much, Chris. Thanks for your time. Sam Battiato. Thanks, Sam. Battiato. I've got a bit of coaching there.
That's okay. Oops. Good evening, councillors. I just want to quickly respond to Chris. There's a few things there. We're not changing the crossover, so that's staying where it is. And it is a family project, so we're not generating extra cars or anything. It's the same family, that just the daughters are going to take over the two other properties. And the previous owner of 115 was well aware. My client served land survey, and that should have been disclosed in the sale when Chris purchased the property, but obviously it wasn't. Now, there's in a nutshell, I don't know if everyone's aware of the history of this. Essentially, we worked from day one with council all the way through, mostly with Tyson, and whatever changes they wanted, we did. And at the 11th hour, when it was going for an NOD, and I haven't had enough time to do the full history of it, but apart from the circulating notice and other things, at the 11th hour it was changed from an NOD to a refusal. Kamal said to me, he said, look, this is what's happened, sorry about this, blah, blah. Withdraw your application, we'll re-lodge, council will cover the cost, and because they then decided that tree 21, which was a high retention value tree, was to be kept. And we did that, we changed everything, but it actually worked out better for everyone because the redesign was changed and actually reduces the shadow to the adjoining property on the east, so it works in our favour. Now, just one of the things I wanted to point out, because there isn't a lot of time, condition of the permit, condition A, sorry, with regards to the vegetation along the strip all along the way, the eastern side, there is an issue there, and I don't think anyone's sort of listened to what we're trying to say, there is a vegetation creeper along that whole side, and it's killing everything off. Anything we plant there is going to die. You know, I've got photos here I can pass around to everyone. This creeper is going to kill everything that we put in there. So I just ask that if we leave it as it is, I mean, we're happy to put a fence, but then council doesn't really want a fence all the way down. So I'm not too sure where to go with that one. But, you know, again, in a nutshell, we work with council all along, and we've done everything that was asked. And it's over 1/2 an acre property. It's a harmonious development. There's plenty of private open space. We're not increasing the cars. We've even actually added an extra car space, which we didn't even have to. There's a visitor space. All the car spaces are taken care of, and accordance to the policies of the council.
Thanks very much, Sam. Just
Nice.
one question
Yes.
I have. When you sort of talked about council covered the cost, what was the cost that council covered? Or
Just the reapplication.
oh, okay, not the new design. Or
No. It was just that's cost my clients a lot of heartache and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But it was more just to say, okay, look, sorry, we stuffed up, reapply, retain tree 21, design around it, which was a high retention value tree. So all the high retention value trees are kept.
So do you think it was because originally they were going to grant the permit on the basis that they hadn't recognised that there was a high retention
Yeah, there was
tree
never a concern at the start,
Right.
which was quite odd. I mean, if they had said from day dot, Sam, we want to keep tree 21, that's what they would have done. I would have done that way back then, rather than having to do it this way. And it's been a long, dragging process.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Payne.
Sorry, Sam, just to clarify, the original application was refused and then withdrawn?
No. He said, the talk was NOD.
Right.
Because of the
Yeah.
objections. And then Kamal said, look, I recommend you withdraw and you reapply. Address that issue that we're talking about,
Okay.
which was at the 11th hour, and reapply, and we'll cover the application cost.
Okay.
Yeah, but everything else, the advertising and cost to the client, because everything had to be once you alter a plan, you have to do the elevations, the shadow diagrams, everything changes.
Right.
But in this case, fortunately for dwelling 3, it actually reduced, and I've highlighted that on the drawings, that actually reduced the shadow to the adjoining property, which was a benefit all round.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sam.
I've just got a question.
Councillor
Sorry.
Duffy has a question.
Hi, Sam. Thank you for coming tonight. This is my naivety. I'm sorry, I don't know what an NOD is.
Notice of decision.
A notice of decision. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And you mentioned we stuffed up. When you say we stuffed up, is that are you meaning
Sorry,
that you stuffed up in doing things, or are you talking about council saying we stuffed
council, yeah. Apparently the planner got reprimanded.
up? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was something that, you know, like I said, look, this is, you know, you go through the pre-application process to identify significant issues of concern, and that's where you address it. That's just a logical thing to do. And there was never mention of tree 21, and at the very end, that was an issue, and that's why they said, okay, well, we should have brought that up sooner, and it wasn't, and that's why they said, look, we'll cover the cost for the reapplication, withdraw, reapply, we'll cover that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. No.
So Sam,
Yes.
just on that. So the initial application was there. Do you have to provide an arborist report on the
Yes,
on the trees?
it was provided. Yes.
And was it identified that tree 21 was high retention?
Yes.
And it was missed by the planners.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it was all
Yeah.
put down.
You were trying to hide it. Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we're playing ball. We want a permit.
Yep.
We're working with council, and you think that's. I know. I've been in this industry for a long time, and I know some of the other architects and designers push the envelope, but.
And so, what was the effect of the development on tree 21? Was it within the tree protection zone, or was it?
No, we were going to wipe it out.
Right.
For the development.
Yep.
But I've redesigned around it, and we're keeping tree 21.
Okay.
Yeah, which was the only high retention value tree that we were going to remove.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you all.
I've got a number of written submissions now. I'll read. I've got 4, and the first is from Victoria Bellaharts. There will be an increase in traffic flow to an already busy road. If this gets approved, this will lead the way to many more dual occupancies on Progress Road. Our Progress Road is very unique, as there is no dual occupancy at the moment, and that's the reason we bought in Progress Road many years ago, and we would love it to stay that way. Loss of identity of Eltham area, i.e. Green Wedge. We pay one of the highest council rates in Melbourne to maintain the Green Wedge, not a diluted form of it. Reserves have already been sold off, and we don't need any more dense housing. Loss of mature trees. Thanks, Victoria Bellaharts, Progress Road, Eltham. The next one is from Jill Chan. Just get the clock reset. Jill writes, there are concerns about the proposed development at 117 Progress Road, Eltham North. The plans as displayed show that the boundary line goes through the property at 115 Progress Road, encroaching on the built pergola structure and the driveway at this property. I can see no acknowledgement of this in the officer's report and recommendations except in the stated response to objections received. There is no indication as to whether this issue has been resolved between the two parties. It is difficult to understand how these plans could be considered or recommended for a permit to proceed if this issue is not resolved. There is no landscape plan provided. Again, it is difficult to understand how a permit could be given or the plans even considered without the provision of one. The development site is in a semi-bush precinct and covered by an SLO2. How can a permit be given if no plan is provided to guarantee that the development fulfills the requirements of the SLO Schedule 2 and the semi-bush precinct? It is stated that canopy trees will be planted, but where will they be? There also does not appear to be enough room for screening and softening vegetation, particularly down the side of the driveway, which traverses the length of the property. Whilst diversity of housing is to be provided in the Shire, this seems to provide more of the same 3, 4 and 5 bedroom residencies that already exist in this locality. There is a need for quality 1 and 2 bedroom residencies. This development caters for families. Children grow and become owners of cars. Hence, potentially there could be an extra 9 cars to be accommodated on site. There is limited parking in the street. It's also a busy road, being a thoroughfare between Ryan's Road and Wattletree Road. The housing in this area is predominantly single dwellings on large treed blocks, and developments such as this proposal risk changing the neighbourhood character substantially. The storage of council waste bins needs to be provided for. Will more potentially landscaped areas be taken up by each household's bin storage? Overall, this proposal appears to be an overdevelopment of the site. Jill Chan. Tom Hugh writes, to someone whom it may concern, it is devastating to see a planning application that requests to remove a significant amount of trees on the property for land clearing without indicating a landscape plan. The damage to the neighbourhood characteristics and local biodiversity is underestimated. According to the Arborist report, there are 23 trees on the property in total, and this application is requesting to have 12 of them removed. Within these 12 trees, there are 5 of them with 10+ metre height. Canopies are crucial food sources and habitats for wildlife in the local area. Also, the site is located in the SLO Schedule 2 zone. The significant landscape overlay 2 emphasises the need for sensitive siting in a bushland setting, conservation of environmental values and the need to screen buildings. The bushland setting is important, so retaining as many trees as possible is important. To retain the neighbourhood characteristics and conserve the environmental values of the site, it is adequate to ask for new trees of similar sizes to be planted and secured before work commences. However, the total area of TPZs of the tree requested to be removed is 507 square metres, and the proposed plan is so tight that it is very unlikely to achieve acceptable garden space for each dwelling. It will possibly result in tree vandalism by future occupants due to the desire for a better garden space. Therefore, it is impossible to say whether it's actually viable for this many canopy trees to be planted, and in brackets, and to survive on the remaining area of the site. To me, it suggests overdevelopment. In my opinion, a landscape plan should be given prior to any planning approval being given due to the significant impact caused. Moreover, there is no gap between the driveway and fence. It doesn't allow space for softening / screening with vegetation. If the driveway is going to be moved over, Will this mean it is up against the dwelling with no opportunity for vegetation screening? Again, having to squeeze things in with such a tight driveway suggests the overdevelopment of this particular site. The impact of the driveway on third-party trees is also of concern. Will these third-party trees actually survive the driveway construction? The average setback from 107 Progress Road to 141 Progress Road is 31.76 metres. It is fair to say that the predominant front setback is not reflected in the proposed development. The privacy screen on dwelling 3 balcony is not in the material list, hence it can't tell how much privacy is given. Cheers, Tom. And the final written submission is from Jan Wallace. Dear Sir, Madame, objection to planning application proposal for construction of 2 dwellings, buildings and works to alter the existing dwelling and removal of trees at 117 Progress Road, Eltham. As an owner at 166 Rhines Road, Eltham, I do not support the proposal for the development of 117 Progress Road, Eltham. One of the reasons that we and other residents move to this area is for the large open spaces, flora and fauna views, and not the overdevelopment of residential allotments. The proposed development will impact greatly on the environment, privacy and the aesthetics of the immediate area, and will no doubt set a precedent for further development of similar surrounding properties. We love living in this neighbourhood and we feel we pay a premium for our rates and justify this by retaining the atmosphere and consideration of preserving this beautiful, lush locale. Jan Wallace, Rhines Road, Eltham North, Victoria 3095. And that was the last submission for this item. All right, Councillor, so I'll look for a motion. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. I'd like to put forward an amended motion or an alternate motion. So it's quite wordy. The motion that I'd like to recommend is that the committee, under the delegation from council, issue a notice of decision to refuse to grant a permit to the land located at 117 Progress Road, Eltham North, for the construction of the double-storey dwelling, buildings and works to alter the existing dwelling, and removal of vegetation on the following grounds. Firstly, that the proposal is inconsistent with the objectives of clause 2.031, settlement, and clause 16.01-1L, location of medium density residential development of the Nillumbik planning scheme in relation to its distance to the Eltham Activity Centre and principal public transport. Point 2, that the proposal is inconsistent with the objectives of clause 15.01-5L, neighbourhood character Nillumbik, and significant landscape overlay schedule 2 of the Nillumbik planning scheme. The building bulk, massing and scale, extent of hard surface area in the front setback, removal of vegetation, I think that should be of vegetation instead of removal of vegetation, and insufficient landscaping opportunities are inconsistent with the existing and desired future character for this bush garden precinct. Balaga, would we be able to make that one typo? Thank you. So point 3, the proposal does not meet the following objectives of clause 55 of the Nillumbik planning scheme. Clause 55.02-1, neighbourhood character. Clause 55-03.03-3, this is a tongue twister, landscaping. Point 4, the proposal does not meet the objectives of clause 52.06, car parking of the Nillumbik planning scheme in relation to vehicle access. And lastly, point 5, the proposal is an overdevelopment of this site.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Can I ask a question through the chair?
Yep.
We do have the power to move a motion that refuses. We do. Okay, thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Remshrine. Councillor Duffy, do you speak to the motion?
Thank you. Yes. I just had some notes here. I'm just trying to pull it up. So protecting the Green Wedge was a promise I made to residents when running for council. Living in the Green Wedge Shire and being part of the lungs of Melbourne is a privilege. Not all of Nillumbik is technically zoned as Green Wedge, and an appreciation for our bushy, leafy surrounds is something we all value, even if we don't technically live in the Green Wedge zone. We live here and enjoy the benefits of city living in conjunction with native vegetation and wildlife. listening to residents' point of view is a promise that I made. So I listened to the residents and their objections, those that have been written and we've received, and I've also listened to the applicants, and I really appreciate and understand their desire to be able to build on their land. I think what's been impressed on me with this application is that it's a spot of significant landscape overlay. The native bush is very important in this place. The whole Progress Road, and there's an irony here because progress does come at a cost, and this is on Progress Road, this development, and there will be change, but what is very apparent is that this application will significantly change the neighbourhood character of this area. We've heard the premium that the people talk about in living in this area with houses that are on single blocks of large acreage, and I would just like to make sure that as a council, when we're making our planning decisions, that we make them on good grounds, and there are reasons for why this should be refused rather than put forward. And one of those is that, you know, we do need housing, but do we need three houses on this block where we've got of the plan for two 4-bedroom houses and one 5-bedroom house. And we've heard from some of the presenters tonight about the juxtaposition, how at the moment the houses are scattered around on the block so that they're not obscuring the views of each other, and that there is enough leafy gardening and landscaping. They're highly steeped in this part of Eltham North, and so, you know, being nestled into the landscape means that we do need to have trees rather than having a built form dominate the landscape. So this development, if it went through in its current form, would significantly change the neighbourhood character. And listening to what the objectors have said is it would set a precedent for the rest of this street to follow suit over time, which kind of is an irony at the moment when we're going out to the community, asking for community to tell us what you believe neighbourhood. What do you think of our neighbourhood character? What do you want it to be? What do you prefer it to be? And what is it now? So we've heard tonight from people saying this is our neighbourhood character. What's proposed here is out of step with our neighbourhood character and we don't want it. So the planning matter in front of us, there are some reasons why we are able to refuse this application on good grounds that fit within our planning scheme. And so I would like to move this motion in recognition of that, and in listening to the 17 written objections to this planning application. I think that's all that I'll say at this stage. One thing that I didn't mention, I've got a little bit of time, is I do acknowledge, Sam, that you've mentioned in the application that you've included an extra car park. I'm just thinking further down the track, if you've got these properties that have got 4 bedrooms and 5 bedrooms, with the way families change in Nillumbik, over time, younger children grow up to be teenagers who grow up to be young adults who have cars. And I've noticed in the street that I live in, when we first moved there 13 years ago, there were lots of young families. Those young families have now got 4 kids with a car each. And so, you know, they've got driveways and garages with 2 car spaces. So the cars go on to they go where they can find a spot. So with the development of this sort, if you do have that future in mind of where are the cars going to go when the houses have got more than 2 drivers, and that becomes a little bit of a difficulty for me in listening to the objections that I've read and what I've heard about traffic and the busy road and the nature of Progress Road.
Thanks, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Entrin.
Yes, just briefly, and look, I think Councillor Duffy summed it up perfectly. I think it's important to note that we have to make the decision tonight on the merits of the application itself in terms of how well it fits with the planning scheme and what the planning rules are. We have to put aside things like a potential adverse possession claim, neighbourhood disputes. None of that can be relevant to our decision tonight. We have to assess it on its merits. And I think it does tick a lot of boxes, but when you look at neighbourhood character, that's where this application really does fall down. You're looking at a road that has large blocks, single house on each block, quite well treed, really beautiful part of the world. and one of those blocks is proposed to have now 3 houses on it, which is a huge increase to the number of houses on that block and a huge change to the way that land is to be used, which is completely out of character with the surrounding area. So when it gets to the objective of neighbourhood character, I really believe that's where this one falls down, and I think that's why I'm supportive of Councillor Duffy's motion tonight, because the proposal is completely out of character with the local area, and I think that's why we ought to be refusing it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Antran. Any other councillor wishing to speak? I'll put the motion to the vote if no other councillors wishing to speak. All those in favour? It's unanimous, so that development is refused. The next agenda item, PCC 1122, buildings and works associated with the construction of 5 triple-storey and 2 double-storey dwellings at 30 Wago Way in Diamond Creek. Council received registration requests from a total of 8 submitters. We have 3 in person tonight, and I have a further 5 to read. Again, I think you're all here for the first item. You have 3 minutes. The clock's up behind me. Try not to repeat anyone who spoke before you, if that's possible, and please hang around just afterwards for some questions from councillors potentially. The first is David Binks. David, if you want to step forward and turn your microphone on, which is a button on the front of the console.
Can you hear me? Good evening, councillors. My name's David Binks and I reside at 41 Haley Street, Diamond Creek, which shares the full length of the eastern boundary of 30 Wago Way. The proposed development of 30 Wago Way represents a significant change of character of residential housing development for Diamond Creek, yet it comes with no fanfare and no announcements of the benefits it will bring to our community, of how it will integrate communal residential living beneath a canopy of native trees, which are the home to native wildlife including magpies, cockatoos, corellas, rainbow lorikeets and kookaburras. Why is this? It can't do it. The proposal is a cynical exercise in jamming the maximum number of residences on a block of land restricted by 2 significant tree zones. When Telstra subdivided its block between Haley Street and Wago Way in 2007, Council took great care to ensure 2 zones of trees in the block now known as 30 Wago Way were retained and protected. There are no details in the proposal on how the trees that must be maintained are in fact going to be maintained, other than the establishment of tree protection zones required during the building of the development. This development will be an owners' corporation, and it's disappointing that the developer has not provided a copy of the proposed subdivision plan and the rules for the development, especially in regard to the maintenance of common property and private property, and in particular the trees, which are a feature of the site. The plan indicates that 2 large courtyards will be created at the rear of the development for the exclusive use of Units 6 and 7, which is a typical developer approach to maximise profit from the sale of units. These courtyards will contain trees 1, 2A, 3 and 4 and be at the mercy of the residents of Units 6 and 7. Occupiers who have no experience of living with gum trees, such as constant leaf fall being one annoying feature, will devise ways to ensure an annoying tree dies a death of natural causes. Apart from the provision of small rainwater tanks for the individual use of each unit, there is no provision for water storage to maintain the protected trees. These trees can be expected to suffer from the loss of ground surface water due to the intensive development. Rainwater tanks to irrigate the trees should be part of the design of the required on-site stormwater detention device. The applicants claim that the proposed development, which is in a zoned residential area, is appropriate based on the grounds that it is adjacent to the Diamond Creek Activity Centre, is spurious, as it's not in the DCAC. The structure plan for which has not yet been approved by government. I urge councillors not to approve this development as currently proposed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Right on time. Any questions for David, councillors? I've got one for you, David. I don't know, did you read the report?
Yep.
The officer report, and the recommended motion talks about the tree protection zones. Did you note
Yes.
that part? It's suggesting that we should provide miscellaneous consent for building works, paving fences, rainwater tanks and hot water units within the tree protection zones. What's your attitude to that?
My attitude to that is it'll speed the death of the trees. And the whole purpose of the development, when council approved it back in 2007, was to retain the character in that part of Diamond Creek. The tree protection zones are there normally to protect the trees during building. This development is jamming three-storey developments in it to maximise the profitability to the developer. It's as simple as that.
David, have you heard of the concept of urban canopy and the desire of this council to increase the urban canopy within the urban areas of Nillumbik?
Well,
that's detailed in our council plan and various strategies.
I thought that was part of the council. Part of the benefit of being in Diamond Creek was that we had canopy trees. We protected wildlife and birds and so forth. So I'm just disappointed that if this approval is given as recommended by the officers, we'll see the destruction, eventual destruction. The trees might be protected during the building, but they, with the absence of ground surface water, no irrigation schemes closed, no retention tanks, water retention tanks applied, other than individual small tanks individually for the individual use of the unit owners. I think it's going to be a problem.
Did you notice the internal fence that runs through tree number 4?
Yes, I do, and I look. It's my experience as a strata manager for nearly 30 years is that the legal argument will be about who owns the tree and who's responsible for it, and they're normally based on where the tree roots are and who planted it. And so I can't answer that other than to suggest that the fence will need to be relocated or around it. But the difficulty for council is the council will go after the owner's corporation because of the death of the trees, or the lack of maintenance of trees. That'll be the responsibility of a unit owner, maybe. Who's the legal who legally will own the trees? The owners' corporation, there's no details. This will be a significant owners' corporation, 7 units. It's not a duplex. It'll be significant, and it has the potential to cause grief in terms of tree management.
Are you aware of any other 3-storey developments in Diamond Creek inside or outside of the activity centre?
No. None, not a three-storey residential development, and my concern is that, having read the Diamond Creek Activity Centre plan, that the right opposite on the north side of Wago Way, there's only there's either single-storey or currently 2-storey developments opposite this development. The potential down the track is for, if the plan's approved and adopted, the potential down the track is on the north side that there could be up to 4 stories. But we're a long way away from that yet. And to set about and install a 3-storey development right opposite on the south side, where there's no easy access for pedestrians and vehicles in Wago Way. It's a service lane. I think is just a complete overdevelopment of the area.
Thank you for your very concise and thorough submission, David, and thanks for answering those questions.
Thank you very much.
Lynette Walton is next. If you're here, Lynette.
My name's Lynette Walton, and I am the unit of Unit 4, 21 to 25 Wensley Street, Diamond Creek. I am next door to these apartments on the east side. I am objecting to this proposal of the 5 3-storey and the 2 2-storey buildings at 30 Wager Way, Diamond Creek. The invasion of privacy to my Unit 3, 30 Wago, see attachment 46. Unit 3 has a balcony and a window on the first floor, facing into my backyard and courtyard. This will be an invasion of my privacy. This is not compliant with the conditions of clause 55.046 overlooking. There is a window on the second floor in my backyard, looking at my backyard and potentially the other units. These windows will need to be made compliant. Overshadowing. The 3-storey apartment building is reported to be casting a shadow on my roof from 3 p.m. on September the 23rd from 3 p.m. This means that the shadow is casting entirely all over my roof for the remaining 4 to 5 hours of daylight in September. This would greatly affect solar panels that would be installed on my roof. During autumn and winter months, April, May, June, July, August, I suggest that my roof will be entirely covered for the majority of the afternoon and the communal space as well. This shading would greatly affect the efficiency of any solar panels and greatly affect the rising electricity prices because this shadowing of my unit will make my unit very cold in winter. Also, the shading will cause loss of sunlight to my 2 main windows in the living area, especially in the winter months. I also have a garden that relies on the afternoon sun. This building is built, I will not be able to sit in the private courtyard this in the afternoon and take in valuable vitamin D for my health, which I am now regularly doing as I have osteoporosis. In summary, the overlooking windows and the balcony will alter my privacy. The loss of the afternoon sun will be damaging to my health and well-being. The loss of the afternoon sunlight will reduce output to solar panels of my roof when installed. There are no 3-storey apartments in Diamond Creek. If built, this will cause tremendous overshadowing to my unit. The builder is cramming too many units on this land at Wago Way, where the building should be a maximum of 2-storey at height. The height limit to the 2-storey will greatly reduce overshadowing and loss of sunlight to my unit. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we're out of time, Lynn. Thank you. Just a couple of questions that I have. I take it that you're in number 23, Wago Way? Is that the property immediately to the...
23. No, not Wago Way. I'm in Wensley Street.
Oh, right, yeah. But it's the property immediately, like you immediately
right
to
next door
the
on
east.
The east side where I'll
of
get
Unit 3.
shadowed by the west sun totally.
Yeah. So the officer report made some mention of overshadowing.
Yeah.
It's certainly significant in what looks to be in the shadowing diagrams. Do you think that was adequately responded to in the officer report?
Well, no, it's only just saying what's going to happen in September, and what about in when the equinox goes right down, and I'm just going to be fully in shade in the afternoon.
Did you ever envisage when you purchased that land that you would have a 3-storey building next door?
Never.
Councillors, any other councillors have any questions?
I'm just trying to clarify.
Just microphone.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. Are you on the east or the west side of the block? Are you in the 2-storied ones or the small?
I'm in the single.
Right, so the other side,
story.
right. Okay. Just a question to officers, if I may. Councillor Perkins, where's Rosa? With the shadowing, is there a particular reason why that month is chosen? Yeah, I don't know why I'm having trouble tonight. Through the chair and to staff, I just want to ask the question as to why that particular month has been chosen for the shadowing.
Through the chair, the planning scheme stipulates that you measure it at that particular time of the year. The shadow diagrams that are in attachment, I haven't got it in front of you, indicate the level of shadowing that is to occur to the adjoining properties. No, I don't think it's that one. It's further down.
Is it
a little
the
bit.
maximum?
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Yes. Yes. So that indicates the level of shadowing at various times throughout the day where it's considered to be the worst. And it shows, I guess, that at a certain point of time, yes, there will be a considerable amount of shadowing, and then that as the sun moves, the shadowing seeks to reduce throughout the day.
So that's the worst it could be?
That's the worst.
That's what I was sort of trying to get to. Okay, thank you.
Is it this one?
So Lynette, I know it's not strictly a planning consideration, but would you imagine that this council would be supportive of climate action change and the need for renewables and supporting you in your quest to have solar panels on your roof that affect
yes,
the work?
Because that's what's happening in the future, that people are going to be needing solar panels. And, you know, like that's going to affect my unit totally, a 3-storey building.
Thanks, Lynette. Good answer. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next submitter, which is Ola Taylor.
My name is Ola Taylor and I am the resident owner of 41 Haley Street, Diamond Creek, which shares the full length of the eastern boundary of 30 Wago Way. Now, 41 Haley Street has a rear vehicle and pedestrian access to Wago Way via its laneway, which lies between the western boundary of 21 to 25 Wednesday Street and the eastern boundary of 30 Wago Way. Now, I believe that these 3-storey buildings alongside our laneway will be detrimental effect on the character of Diamond Creek. Now, in the plan, a dogleg has been incorporated in the driveway at the entrance to 30 Wago Way, moving the driveway away from the boundary with 41 Haley Street in an attempt to reduce the encroachment of the visibility display into my laneway. Despite the new dogleg, the visibility display still encroaches on my property. Any traffic proposal must be based on visibility to Wago Way from 30 Wago Way alone. Now also, the officer's report recommends that council-owned nature strip, tree 18, be retained. The tree is not shown on the latest plans. It appears to be deleted by the installation of the dogleg. Now, noise from the residents' vehicles and visitors driving along the eastern boundary of 30 Wago Way, which is adjacent to my laneway, will only have 3 metres from the western boundary of 21 to 25 Wednesday Street, and will disturb the peace and quiet of our neighbours. Now, no details have been provided to where the waste bins will be located and how the private waste collection service will work. Access to and from 30 Wago Way via its narrow eastern driveway will be a nightmare for rubbish trucks, needless to say. Pedestrians are unable to walk the length of Wago Way safely as there is no effective footway for its length. Wago Way has no street lighting. There is no detail in the proposal how the safety of pedestrians and vehicles is to be ensured. Now, in conclusion, the application should be rejected as the proposed development is out of character with its residential neighbourhood, is an overdevelopment of the site, at odds with acceptable two-storey developments having 5.5 metre setbacks, will exasperate vehicles and pedestrian traffic problems in Wago Way and will disturb the peace and quiet of the neighbouring residents and will overshadow 41 Haley Street and units 21 to 25 Wednesday Street. Thank you very much. Just made it.
Exacerbate. I would have struggled with it too. Thank you. We've got any questions, councillors, of Olga? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Olga. You gave a lot of information in that 3 minutes, so well done.
Yes,
lots of points there. So when we assess these things, we need to look at the planning rules as to whether it's meeting them or breaching them. But you've also raised some community safety issues that are kind of not really considered in the planning process.
Yes.
When you talked about lighting and the absence of street lighting, is that something that you would be expecting that the applicant would be putting in those street lights, or that council would be putting in those street lights if a development was to go ahead here?
Yes, we have to have lighting because you can't see anything at night if you walk there. And it's really a service road. It's not a through traffic road. And we have a lot of traffic there through delivery vans. IGA, the post office has deliveries, the pharmacy, the restaurants that are behind us, the cafes. So it's quite busy there. And I just can't see how they're going to put 7, hopefully, or hopefully not, buildings there. Where are they going to come in and out? We haven't got any footpaths at all there. It's terrible. We should all have a look at it.
I've just got one more question. You know, we've heard from Lynette that she thinks that a 3-storey development is over the top, but 2-storey would be okay. I'm extrapolating that from what she was saying. But you're saying that 7 apartments is too many. Is there a number that you would say would be more befitting of that area?
Yes, 4.
Right, thank you.
Absolutely, 4 and 2-storey, no more. I'd be happy with that.
Thanks, Olga.
But otherwise, no. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Olga. So that's all the submissions in person, and I've got 5 to read out, so I'll whip through them. I'll be cut off at 3 minutes if I don't get through them all. So the first one is Charlotte Glossop from Glossop Town Planning on behalf of Daniel Iskander. So background: 1, this written statement is made on behalf of the permit applicant, Daniel Iskander, in support of the application for a planning permit. 2, the applicant has worked conscientiously with the council planning department throughout this process. This included an extensive pre-application process and then substantial changes to the application following public notice. We also note that the proposal is supported by your officer. Under the heading, benefits of the proposed development for the Nillumbik municipality. The subject site abuts the southern edge of the Diamond Creek Major Activity Centre and is within the 400 metres walkable catchment of the Diamond Creek Major Activity Centre, 400 metre smart bus catchment and the 800 metre train station catchment for the Diamond Creek Major Activity Centre. It is also within the principal public transport network area, in brackets PPTN. The site is specifically identified as being within the area of best opportunity for higher density housing and a key site within the Diamond Creek Major Activity Centre Structure Plan and Leisure Facilities Plan of September 2006. The proposed development is reflective of the valued vision for precincts 3 and 4 identified in the desired future character statement, where it is understood that innovative, higher density housing will develop. The overall form and scale of the development provides a balance between respecting the existing character of the wider precinct. The overall form and scale of the development provides a balance between respecting the existing character of the wider precinct while delivering the density, form and diversity of development which is encouraged in these highly accessible locations. The proposed units face Wago Way and create residential frontages and landscaped front gardens. The dwellings will provide an appropriate transition between the commercial land to the north and the more residential character further to the south. Ultimately, Wago Way does not reflect the neighbourhood characteristics of the broader, and as a result, a different built form outcome here is encouraged. The proposed development responds to the environmental characteristics of the site by retaining the site's largest trees and planting a new and sustainable landscape palette. The scheme was modified to reduce yield in order to address the objector and council officers' concerns. Under the heading Comment on Objections, you will be aware that 6 objections to the planning permit have been received. The most common concerns raised were dwelling density, character overshadowing, traffic and access and tree removal. It is to be expected that the introduction of housing that is different to the traditional pattern or single detached homes or dual occupancies will cause concern to local residents. However, this council has identified the land to be within an area of best opportunity for high density housing for a reason to direct this form of housing to this location and away from other parts of the city, not well placed to accommodate this housing form. Moreover, the proposed development meets all car parking requirements including visitor car parking requirements of clause 52.06, meets all the standards of clause 55 and meets all the objectives of clause 55 and most of the standards, meets the minimum garden area requirements, does not exceed the maximum building height and was well designed to maximise tree retention on the site. In conclusion, the proposal enjoys the support of Council's Planning Department. The proposal is an appropriate and reasonable development outcome given the strategic context for the site, and we consider that the proposal complies with the Nillumbik planning scheme and is worthy of your support. So that was the whole submission. The next one is from Christina Zammit. To the Council, I'm writing in objection to the development of 30 Wago Way, Diamond Creek, application number 818, I'm a long-term resident within the Nillumbik Shire and I'm currently a new homeowner at 6-31 Haley Street, Diamond Creek, and only became aware of this development on Thursday, the 7th of April 2022 by a fellow neighbour. When I moved in, I was not notified by the previous owners or by the council. Please see my summary of concerns that I outline why I am in objection to development of 30 Wago Way, Diamond Creek. 1. The development will significantly affect mine and neighbouring properties' privacy. The properties on Wago Way will be able to look into my home's living area, bedrooms, bathroom and backyard, as well as other neighbouring properties' personal spaces. The developers have not supplied a solution for this issue, as noted by the council in section 50, and does not comply with clause 55.06-6, which is overlooking. The pedestrians walk that will run along the back fence of units 5, 6 and 7 of 31 Haley Street poses an increased safety risk to my home and others as the walkway increases access to our property from the walkway. I raise concerns the building work will have on the gum trees as earthwork and construction will impact the root systems of the trees, which could lead to the trees dying and falling on my property. 4. It is not suitable transition from low-level homes on the south side of Wago Way to the high-level developments permitted in the Diamond Creek Activity Centre / structure plan, which permits up to 4 stories on the north side of Wago Way. 5. It is significantly out of character with developments in the general residential zone in which the south side of Wago Way lies. See Figure 4 zones of the Diamond Creek Activity Centre / structure plan, which was adopted by Nillumbik Council on 8th of September 2020. It would create a precedent for further 3-storey developments in Diamond Creek's general residential zone. The proposed development is not a location suited to high-density housing development. It does not fit in with the established character of the existing residential homes and is considered out of context for the location. The proposed development results in substantial overshadowing of the adjoining neighbouring building. I do not believe that the shadow reports are reasonable and adequately show the impact of the 3-storey building will have on neighbouring properties. I understand the council only requests a shadow report for the September equinox. However, further consideration should be taken by the council as this is the first 3-storey residential building in Diamond Creek. The shadow report is taken during September and does not adequately show the impact of the 3 stories property shadows on neighbouring properties during winter. A shadow report for winter, or the winter solace, should be provided. A shadow report only from September more favours the developer than the neighbouring properties. Please carefully take into consideration my highlighted concerns when considering approval for this development. Concerned resident, Christina Zammit, 6-31 Haley Street, Diamond Creek. All right, Amy, I can go a bit slower, it's a bit shorter. So Amy Angelopoulos says, as a concerned Diamond Creek resident, I object to the proposed development at 30 Wago Way for the following reasons. 1. lack of transition, the proposed development is not in keeping with the existing development along Wago Way and surrounding streets. There are currently no three-storey developments, residential or commercial, in Diamond Creek. A development of the proposed size is not in keeping with our neighbourhood character. 2, insufficient street setback. Given the scale of the development compared to its surroundings, encroaching on an already narrow lane is significant and cannot be disregarded as marginal in this context. 3, increased traffic flow on Wago Way caused by the proposed development is a potential traffic hazard causing dangerous conditions for road users and patrons of the shops. There will also be increased traffic noise on Wago Way created by cars of the residents of the proposed development and of their visitors. And 4, the granting of this planning application may set a precedent for future planning permit applications in the area for high density housing developments. This is a great threat to the character of Diamond Creek and what makes a green wedge a wonderful place to live. Residents do not want to see our beloved leafy suburb become an overdeveloped concrete jungle due to developers seeking to maximise their profits at the cost of our community. Thank you for your consideration. Cheryl Ogilvie. She says, introduction, my name is Cheryl Ogilvie and I'm a resident owner of Unit 3 at 31 Harley Street, Diamond Creek. I have strong objections to this development. I recognise the need for high density housing, but this ad hoc approach is not sensible. A properly planned high density development such as the lower level housing in the greenfield development sites off Black Gully Road, Diamond Creek, would make more sense. This ad hoc approach is giving in to developers. Under the heading Wago Way Access and Safety, between the car park on the west side of 31 Harley Street and Wensley Street, Wago Way is an industrial service lane which is often restricted to one-way traffic by waste collection and delivery trucks and vans. I use a mobility scooter and the approaches to the Diamond Creek Shopping Centre via Wago Way are treacherous. Adding private driveways and private car movements will restrict access to the shops for me and other elderly people. Type of development. The proposed development is premature and inappropriate at this time. Good development could occur when the Telstra building is decommissioned. Overlooking privacy. 3 stories are too high at this time, and 3-storey residences at 30 Wago Way will overlook units 5, 6 and 7 at 31 Haley Street and remove their privacy. Trees, habitat, aesthetics, character. I do not believe that the trees required to be retained at 30 Wago Way will survive, and as a result, many bird species will be lost from this neighbourhood. This sort of development will destroy the aesthetics and character of Diamond Creek. In conclusion, please reconsider and make a proper planned development using the new greenfield site approach and retain the ambience of Diamond Creek, which we all voted for. Right, and the last written submission, I think, is Christopher Taylor. So Chris says, my name is Chris Taylor from 41 Harley Street, Diamond Creek, and I object to the considered development for the following 4 reasons. Number 1, overdevelopment/character. It is obviously a complete overdevelopment of the site made by someone who doesn't live here. Having 3 stories is obviously ridiculous, given that there are no 3-storey developments in the area and none of the whole of Diamond Creek that I'm aware of, which is the very reason that people choose to live here. On top of this, trying to jam 7 units in that lot size is equally ridiculous, and again not in character with the area. Similar lot sizes in Diamond Creek would have 4 units maximum and double storey at most. If you look at the housing at the end of Wago Way and the nearby streets, you will confirm this. This proposal looks like some kind of inner city development and not suitable for Diamond Creek. Any approval of 3 stories would be a complete change of direction for Diamond Creek. It would certainly be the subject of a community-wide vote, as it would affect the residents and area and as a whole, and not decided by an out-of-town developer or some vision plan of the shopping centre nearby that has not been approved by the government. The fact is, you cannot base current development decisions on what might or might not happen in the future. All other houses/units in the area have a more open design where you can view trees and green areas from the street. This is the character of the area. This isn't inner city Melbourne. This is leafy green Diamond Creek. The bulky 2-floor design is unattractive and inappropriate for the area as well, and this should be also aligned with a 4-metre setback. No other units in the entire area have a bulky top-heavy design, and this appears visually congested compared to the single-storey open design of units, the corner of Wago Way, Wensley Street, and the double-storey units on the other side of the proposed development. I often walk in the evenings on the Diamond Creek tracks, and when mentioning to locals that three-storey developments are being considered, they are absolutely shocked and want this category rejected. Insufficient setback. There is no reason to grant special permission to have a setback of less than 4 metres. In fact, 4 metres is even inappropriate for the area. And the tightness of the laneway. We should err on the side of maximising safety, not taking unnecessary risks. There is absolutely no reason to reduce this setback other than it is convenient for a developer to jam in more apartments than obviously don't fit. You can't fit a square peg into a round hole unless you destroy the boundaries. Traffic and access. Wago Way is not a usual street with 2 footpaths that are 3 metres wide each. It is a small service laneway with only 1 footpath that is 1 metre wide. Sharing this already with delivery trucks, courier trucks and garbage trucks is quite dangerous. In front of 30 Wago Way, the delivery courier/garbage trucks of IGA Australia Post and multiple restaurants, businesses often block the laneway multiple times per day. The photos submitted in the proposal were deceptive as they were actually show a more open end of the street near the car park, whereas in front of 30 Wago Way, it is very tight and often already congested. It is already dangerous enough for local elderly residents with walking frames and mobility scooters to navigate the lane. Adding potentially 14 cars coming out of this will greatly increase this already dangerous laneway. If cars are legally parked on the northern side of the street, it would be almost impossible to access 30 Wago Way safely with any vehicle. We know this because we have a private access laneway at the back, and it is impossible to enter even in a small 4-cylinder car. Trees and wildlife, I believe that trees and wildlife are greatly at risk if the development were to proceed. I can't see how the development would not encroach on the trees, roots and root zones. There are many birds, rainbow lorikeets, cockatoos, kookaburras that live in the trees on a daily basis would be affected if something were to happen to the trees before development approval and or during construction. Council should conduct their own independent arborist report. This proposed development should be rejected for Diamond Creek. Chris Taylor.
That was some speed reading.
All right, so they're all the submissions, councillors. Look, I'm hoping to be able to move a motion, so I'll vacate the chair and ask the Deputy Mayor, Ben Ramcharan, to take up the chair. Could you get my motion?
Move that to the side. Thank you, Councillor Perkins. I think maybe in another life you could have been a rapper, being able to talk at that speed. So I will look for a motion. Councillor Perkins.
So thank you, Councillor Ramcharan. I'm looking to move the motion that's up on the screen there, and I'll read it out. The motion that committee acting under delegation of council issue a notice of decision to refuse to grant a permit to the land located at 30 Wago Way, Diamond Creek, for buildings and works associated with the construction of 5 triple-storey and 2 double-storey dwellings on the following grounds. 1. The proposal is inconsistent with the objectives of clause 15.01-5L, Nillumbik character Nillumbik of the Nillumbik planning scheme. The building bulk, massing and scale, poor sense of address, lack of dwelling activation with the street, number of vehicle crossings, extent and hard surface areas, and insufficient landscaping opportunities are inconsistent with the existing and desired future character of the area. The proposal does not meet the following objectives of Clause 55 of the Nillumbik Planning Scheme. Clause 55.02-1, neighbourhood character. Clause 55.02-5, integration with the street. Clause 55.03-1, street setback. Clause 55.03-5, energy efficiency. Clause 55.03-7, safety. Clause 55.03-8, landscaping. Clause 55.05-2, dwelling entry. Clause 55.05-5, solar access to open space. Clause 55.06-1, design detail. The proposal does not meet the objectives of Clause 52.06, car parking of the Nillumbik Planning Scheme in relation to vehicle access. The proposal does not make sufficient provision for waste storage and collection within the site. The application does not adequately demonstrate the objectives of Clause 13.04-1S, contaminated and potentially contaminated land, and Ministerial Direction Number 1, potentially contaminated land, are met in relation to potentially contaminated land. The proposal is an overdevelopment of the site. We refuse the miscellaneous consent application. B, refuse miscellaneous consent for buildings and works within tree protection zones at 30 Wago Way, Diamond Creek.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Perkins, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Councillor Antran. Now, honestly, when I read the officer report and other paperwork that was provided by our planners, I was simply astounded that this actually received officer support in terms of their recommendation to grant a permit, because the information provided, even in the report, simply does not justify it. This is a massive overdevelopment and a precedent for Diamond Creek, which no one in Diamond Creek wants to see apart from the applicant. We have no three-storey buildings. This is not in the activity centre. This is across the road from it, and the activity centre is envisaged at some future point, if a permit is granted, that there might be the possibility of four-storey commercial buildings in the activity centre. Now, that's a possibility. That hasn't happened yet, and yet there is a tremendous weight being given to some lines on a map at the moment that sort of says that all of a sudden we're going to get rid of the Diamond Creek Plaza and replace that with four-storey development. I can't see it happening in my lifetime, and I know most of the residents of Diamond Creek don't envisage it either. The own officer's report, the initial one that I got didn't acknowledge that there was a Telstra exchange behind the property. I think the later reports did. The initial report talked about box light forms proposed, which is exactly what this is. It said the key constraint to the site appears to be need to protect trees as required by Section 173 agreement that applies. And what the officer report and the suggested motion from officers wanted us to give miscellaneous consent for works within the tree protection zone that would ultimately and probably, I'd say, destroy those trees into the long term. The overshadowing comes up time and time again throughout the reports, and it's a real issue for neighbouring properties on both sides, the east and the western side. One of the submitters said the overshadowing is totally inaccessible to Unit 4, Unit 5, and the common area of 21 to 25 Wensley Street, Diamond Creek, and I can only agree with them. One of the submitters talked about the potential of 14 cars coming out of the small and tight driveway on 30 Wago Way. You know, that will certainly be a reality. Wago Way is already very, very constricted. We noticed that there was no nature strip out the front. The front setbacks did not meet the requirements of Res Code. Council's own urban design staff member, the key points there were 3 vehicle crossovers to Wago Way are excessive and should be limited to 1. The main driveway should be set off the eastern boundary to provide garden softening and driveway edge. Vehicle driveway is too dominant. Rear units 6 and 8 have inadequate relationship to the street in proximity and address. The building department talked about front setback issues. Our waste management contractors didn't want a bar of it. They said there is no setback with the nature strip for the waste bin placement as indicated from the plan. Our traffic people said the traffic engineering assessment is required demonstrating sweat paths for all car spaces. That was not provided. Sweat paths are required to demonstrated for car ingress and egress manoeuvres of Unit 1 and Unit 2. Car spaces when cars are parked on the northern side of Wago Way. There were photos provided as well that showed how tight that is. Our consulting arborist talked about the tree's viability cannot be guaranteed under the current proposal, and this was the council-owned tree on the nature strip. The tree's viability cannot be guaranteed under the current proposal, and there appears no practical scope to appropriately incorporate it into the development. Trees 3, 4 and 11 incur major TPZ encroachment under Australian Standard 4970/2009, greater than 10% of the total TPZ area relating to proposed new dwellings. The plans do not indicate construction methods and materials for private open space and internal dividing fences. In regards to tree 4, the fence will abut the trunk on 2 sides. The private open space for the whole, well for much of the development is actually balconies. Who would have thought that kids into the future will not have any grass or anywhere to run around on ground level in Diamond Creek? They'll have to deal with balconies and very small balconies at that, and that's detailed in the report. So, you know, time and time again, overshadowing, the additional overshadowing cast to the courtyard of Unit 6 is relatively modest at just 1.21 square metres at 9 AM. The additional overshadowing of 4.2 square metres for Unit 7 to the west is more significant, with the 10 AM shadow to the same courtyard reducing down to 0.22 square metres. The officer's suggestion is the additional overshadowing is supported in view of the strategic context. Well, it's not supported by me, and it never will be.
If you could wrap up, Councillor Perkins.
I'm certainly happy to speak later on if somebody could please disagree with me. They give me another 3 minutes, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Councillor Duffy, would you like to speak?
Yes, only to say that my husband and I moved from Fitzroy because we were living in a one-bedroom apartment that had a tiny little balcony, and we overlooked into the toilets of the pub across the road. So I know what it's like to live in a small space, and whilst I'm wanting to ensure that we live and grow and have development in Nillumbik, I'd like to see it appropriate for the lifestyle of the people that choose to live here as well. I don't begrudge having townhouses in our shire. We need them, and we need lots of different types of development, and we need different types of housing, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom homes. But this application, I think when I looked at the plans, it did shock me for the density of the application on the land that it is. And hearing tonight from the submitters, the livability, you know, the footpath, being able to access the shops in, I think it was Cheryl who mentioned that she has a mobility scooter and it's treacherous already to get to, or it will become treacherous with the development of this type if it goes ahead. You know, they're the factors, the human factors that become very real. So whilst we're looking at planning and planning rules in whether we approve or refuse these developments, we also need to look at, you know, the people side of things and how do we live in Nillumbik. We live within the environment that we build, and there's certainly been a large call for being mindful of neighbourhood character this evening in both the application that was put forward earlier about in Eltham North and again this application here in Diamond Creek. So I would be supporting the amended motion that Councillor Perkins is putting forward.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Any other councillors? Councillor Egan.
Get my microphone working this time. Much as I love Councillor Perkins's passion and the way he can speak a million miles an hour, and I do agree with some of the things he said, I have to disagree with a lot of others. He talks about kids having balconies. The open space on this block is actually bigger than that next door. I don't know whether he's looking at the same map or Google Maps as I am. That's one issue. The other thing is, as far as solar goes, my whole property is surrounded by trees. I'm in my house and I have solar. Doesn't affect the amount of sun I get on my solar panels at all. The waste removal issues covered by the special condition number 15, and a private contractor has to be employed, and they're going to have to sort that out. Where that goes, I don't know, but they're going to have to sort that out to the satisfaction of the relevant authority. There aren't actually 7 buildings on the block either. There's actually only 3 because of the way they've designed it. The footprints of the actual units are smaller than some of the ones next door. It's the height that's the issue. And yes, I can understand people's nervousness about 3 stories, but they're skillion roofs. They're not peak roof. They're not chalets. Unfortunately, the whole area, it's the only property or bit of spare land there that doesn't have apartments or townhouses or whatever. And if I knew this wasn't going to win at VCAT, I'd probably vote with everybody else. But I hate wasting ratepayers' money when we have to pay legal fees because the council's voted against something that VCAT will upheld, and that's probably, I'd live with all of the other reasons, but that's the main reason why I can't vote with Councillor Perkins on this issue. Yes, I don't want to see things change either, and everybody's loath to see change in the Shire. And Councillor Perkins busy writing notes, and he'll disagree with everything I say because that's what he does. But they're my reasons, and whatever he says won't change my mind, because I know this will end up at VCAT. Even if they reduced it a bit or took out some of the stories, it's going to get up at VCAT now. So that's why I won't be voting with his motion.
Thank you, Councillor Egan. Any other councillors? Councillor Perkins, right of reply.
Thank you, Councillor Antran. Yeah, page 35 of the report, Councillor Egan deals with private open space, and I'll read out to you what it says. The following dwellings are provided with private open space by way of balconies. So dwelling numbers 1, 2 and 3 have a balcony of 8 metres squared. Dwelling number 4 and 5 have a balcony of 8.6 metres squared. Further provision of private open space is provided at ground level on the front yards and service yards. Balconies are considered appropriate in place of ground level private open space, given the site is located adjacent to the activity centre where development intensification is supported. The balconies meet the minimum area and width requirements under clause 55 and have convenient access from the living rooms. The balconies for dwellings 3 and 4 have good solar access. Balconies 1, 2 and 5 don't, however. So as much as Councillor Egan is some sort of VCAT whisperer and thinks that she can second guess what VCAT will decide upon, VCAT will look at the merits of this case, how it fits in with the planning scheme, and almost on every level there are flaws in it, and there are massive flaws. It's been an incomplete application right through. The favour that the applicant has won with the planners has meant that they've tried to include lots and lots of conditions that call for that additional information later on. But I would say to the applicant, if you're going to have any chance into the future, you actually need to provide all the supporting documentation and evidence to the planners in the first instance. And if it's not there, it's more likely that it's going to be called into a planning committee such as this one, and it might not go your way. But you know, we won't know until another few minutes perhaps. There were multiple statements in this report that I disagree with, and this is a very, very different council to what Councillor Egan chaired as mayor for 2 years. It's markedly different. We're not pro-development, and you know, this council will make the changes that it needs to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And those against? And that is carried. Division is called. Those in favour? Councillor Perkins, Councillor Payne, Councillor Ramcharan, Councillor Stockman, Councillor Duffy. And those against? Councillor Egan. And that motion is carried. I'll now hand the chair back over to Councillor Perkins.
Just be a moment while I get organised again. Okay, the next and final planning matter is response to public exhibition of the planning scheme amendment C142 nil at 50 Oatland Road, Plenty. We have a number of submitters. I've got 3 submitters in person, and I've got another 3 that we'll read out. The first is Richard for your 3 minutes. Thank you, David. Good night. And Olga. Good people of Diamond Creek. We'll see you again.
Well, good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to address you on this issue. I've known Andrew for over 50 years. Andrew's the owner. I'd like to support what he has to say to council tonight, and as well as what he's already, and Kathy, his wife's submissions have been. I support them fully. But as a resident of Diamond Creek myself, I also carry my own personal concerns about this matter and have already provided a written submission, which I'm not going to go over the detail because it's in the agenda. But all I want to do now is to respectfully urge Council to do the right and compassionate thing by withdrawing this planning scheme amendment. Please do it now, I ask, rather than forcing the owners to go to the expense and anxiety of a panel hearing. There are clear, compassionate grounds. These are well known to the councillors. You're all familiar with it. They're compelling grounds. Council presents itself as a responsible and caring council in the disability sector. Councillors should need little persuading. The compassionate grounds here are unique and, I say again, compelling. I respectfully submit that the derelict nature of the building needs to be simply accepted in a logical manner. It's no longer a dwelling. It cannot be used for that purpose, cannot be converted to provide for the needs of the two families affected. The structural report is quite clear that it does not comply with any building code, needs to be demolished. None of the neighbours want an eyesore in their neighbourhood and have supported the application for it to be removed. Not one of them wants it there. Respectfully, I say Council needs to listen to the community on this matter. And with respect to the process followed in this matter, Council's integrity has been called into question because the historical interest of the site was identified back in 2016, but nothing was done further until after the Meads had bought the property and were proceeding with their plans. And I respectfully submit that's just plain not fair. There was plenty of time for Council to proceed, and it's not right for it to belatedly use its power to seriously disadvantage the rightful owners. This building is obscured from the road. It's on private land. It will never be available for the benefit of the community. The site has reduced heritage value anyway, given the significant part of the farmlet character originally identified is no longer there. In the view of every submitter to this particular matter, what is left is not worth keeping. It's not on the Heritage Register, and there are no plans for it to be. I just conclude by respectfully asking the question, why insist on keeping a derelict building with reduced heritage merit that is of no use or benefit to the community and imposes an injustice on the legal and rightful owners of the land? Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. Any questions, Richard? Councillors, Councillor Stockman.
I just wanted to see if you were aware that we can't actually abandon, or ask if you were aware that we can't abandon the Amendment 142-0 tonight, but we can abandon it in a couple of weeks' time at the council meeting if that goes ahead.
Yes, sorry, I may not have been clear. I do understand that to be the case, but I was hoping that what might come out of this meeting was a recommendation to do so at the council meeting.
Thanks.
Councillor Egan, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Just a brief one. I know there's been a report on the state of the building, and that report, the recommendation was that it was unfixable, irreparable, whatever words you want to use. If this gets up, a panel gets up, and that's all kept there, obviously they're not going to repair it. So it's just going to fall down anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Richard, for your comments tonight. I'm wondering, you've asked for council to call compassion into our decision making. Would you be able to elaborate on why you think we should be calling compassion into our decision making for this particular matter?
Well, I think the councillors know the circumstances of the family, and I don't know whether you would like me to just go over that. And Andrew will no doubt say more when he submits shortly. But
you don't have to answer that, Richard. It's totally up to you, but there are privacy considerations that you might want to
No,
respect.
well, I'm comfortable in doing so, but I just don't know how far to go. But their son Matthew was injured in a car accident 40 years ago, and he's profoundly disabled, needs total care. Andrew and Kathy have cared for him for all that time. They've committed themselves not to put him into institutional care. In the early years, soon after the accident, Andrew's father and mother were still around, and they assisted with his care. But they have now passed away, and Andrew and Kathy themselves are getting older, and they're looking for assistance from their family to care for Matthew. And the proposal was to build a house for their other son, Ben, immediately adjacent to their house, so that the two houses could both care for Matthew as needed. But this property was bought without any knowledge that the old derelict house on there would have to stay, and so their plans for Matthew's care have been completely frustrated by the fact that this house, which is plumb in the spot where the new house needs to go, has got this heritage overlay proposed for it. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Councillor
that's
Duffy?
great. Thank you, Richard.
No other questions, councillors? Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. The next to speak is Chris McKenzie on behalf of Kathy Mead. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, councillors, for the opportunity. And as you said, speaking on behalf of Kathy tonight, you've heard a little bit about the personal circumstances. I prepared the primary submission on behalf of the family, so that's also in the agenda. You've heard that the heritage overlay proposal severely impacts the plans for the customised dwelling that they're looking to build on the site for the ongoing care of their son. A few months ago, council voted to seek public submissions on this heritage overlay, and we're here with this report before you that will lead to a recommendation of the council in a few weeks, with 0 members of your community supporting this heritage overlay proposal. In my experience, that's really quite notable. It's unusual to have a heritage overlay proposal where no one in your community has expressed support for the listing of this property. 28 people have put their hand up to oppose it. Many of those are immediate neighbours. They know the house, they know the history, they knew the elderly person who lived in it until a few years ago when he died, and yet they all still feel that this heritage overlay is not a good outcome in this case. And these are members of your community. Some of the reasons why we say that this is not an appropriate outcome is that the heritage value of the house itself is relatively limited. The citation that's been put up as part of the justification says the design is not known, the build is not known, and it's not a notable example of the dwelling type. So the house itself doesn't have special significance. It is old and it is in the location that was part of a 30-acre subdivision that was part of the early settlement of the area. But that's a relatively thin basis for a heritage overlay. A heritage overlay won't deliver restoration of the proposal. It preserves what is now. You've heard some talk about the condition report. The external cladding's rotted, the windows are rotted, the floors are rotted. The roofing's been replaced 10 years ago, but it's been replaced with red colour bond. Re-stumping's needed, a full internal refit will be needed. You'll effectively be looking at best at a total rebuild to deliver a replica. But what you actually get is you get preservation of what's there now, which is a gutted frame of a building. The citation itself has led to the personal story of the former family being documented. It's a relatively modest set of archive details, not in itself significant or indicating that the family were leaders of the community through that time. Members of the community, yes, but not in itself heritage significant. Listing the house isn't needed to tell that story better, and it really doesn't do much to add to that story. So we say the heritage overlay is disproportionate. Tonight, you've got the chance to make a recommendation that would be entirely reasonable, and that would be to listen to your community. There's no groundswell of support, there's only opposition. You can choose to recommend not to proceed with this amendment and not recommend a heritage overlay for the site. And that's what we'd ask you to do. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Are there any questions for Chris, councillors? Before we lose Chris?
Sorry about that. Didn't
Councillor
mean to
Stockman,
leave
thanks,
so
Chris.
quickly.
Yeah, hi Chris, and
Thanks.
good explanation there of a lot of things there, which is great. You mentioned the 28 submitters, and they were very heavily over one side, 28-0.
Yes.
And sitting there in the chamber, when you look at the two items prior, they're heavily favoured a particular way. Do you think the Meads, it's been a bit unfair?
For them?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very unfair situation in the sense that they saw the house there. They knew the owner. They were friends with the owner from 5 years ago. They saw someone buy it, strip the house out, and then walk away because they realised it was too hard and going to be too expensive to renovate. The documents they got at the time said there were no heritage proposals, so they naturally believed that it would be appropriate for them to be able to demolish the house and build the home that they're wanting to build for the next generation of care for their son. So yes, the heritage overlay will be grossly unfair to them. Is that all?
Yep, thanks very much, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker and last speaker for planning is Andrew Mead. Andrew.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter tonight. I guess this is in the nature of an impact statement or a victim statement, just how it's affected us personally, which maybe the others couldn't speak for so much. But mainly they've said it anyway. So on June 25, 1982, my son Matthew was profoundly brain injured in a motor accident due to no fault of his own. Somebody came through a stop sign. And he was comatose for nearly 6 months. We're talking about nearly 40 years ago when he was 4 years old, so he's nearly 44 now. Since then, we've kept Matthew only at home. He's never been in respite care, and it is the family's commitment to continue this care at home. To this end, we purchased the land next door for my other son, Ben, with his wife Carrie, to build a wheelchair-friendly home closer to our home with paved access for the extra help we'll need for Matthew's future and sustainable care. Ben currently lives, and he has for over 14 years, in Eltham North. The council, I might add, and just by the way, were very helpful then because we had to build that house. We had to do a cut and a fill, and so that was wheelchair-friendly as well. But as we're closer now, we're getting older. Kathy and myself, I mean. So after using due diligence, the purchase was finalised on August 4, 2021, but on September 13, 2021, we received a suspension notice in response to our demolition permit request. The indictment and proposed amendment were fast-forwarded since that date. For the council to put a proposed local heritage overlay on this property after we had purchased it, thus making it unusable for the intended purpose of disability care, appears that we'd been denied natural justice. Furthermore, the council seems to have failed in its responsibility to advise us of any impending restrictions and amendments which should have been included in the Section 32 and vendor's statement provided at the point of sale. As to heritage, I don't believe this is now relevant. The previous owner abandoned restoration works partway through, realising the framework was well past it. He left only a vermin-ridden shell, no use to anyone, and increasingly an eyesore and detrimental to the neighbourhood. Thanks again for your time and attention.
Thanks, Andrew. Natalie, Councillor Duffy.
Andrew, I have a son who turns 13 on Saturday, and I, as a mum, would like to acknowledge what you and Kathy have done in standing by your son Matthew for 40 years to give him the love and care that you can as parents, which is what all parents want to do for their children. I haven't experienced that because my children haven't had an accident.
It's a question, Councillor Duffy.
I have a question coming.
Well, you need to move it.
Yeah, this is really important. These are people's lives, and we've added to the stress of that. Peter,
Councillor Duffy.
I've got it. I'm asking my question.
Excuse me, I'm the chair of the meeting.
I know, and
You
you've
won't be
had
asking
very
any
many
question in a
times of
moment.
asking long questions to people tonight.
Councillor Duffy, please ask your question or I'll move on.
Andrew, I would like to ask if you will accept my apology for the stress that's been put on you and your family over the last 7 months in this matter being drawn out the way that it has. I have no control over what's going to happen, but I would like to know if you will accept my apology for the part that I have played as a member of this council on adding to the stress and the strain that your family already goes through from a day-to-day perspective with what you deal with.
Well, it's very gracious of you, but I didn't really need to accept that because you were the ones who put, one of the three who put your hands up, and we only needed one more last time it came in September. But what is November? I mean, but what you say is true. That it has caused a terrific amount of stress in the family since, and it's just we had a light at the end of the tunnel, and at our age of life. You know, we're both pushing 70, okay? And we thought this was the light at the end of the tunnel, that we were able to get some alleviation in the help for the care for Matthew. Then when it was turned off, I'll tell you something, it's a little personal, but Kathy said to me the other day, and I felt a bit bad because she said she's never felt so bad since 1982 when Matthew was hovering between life and death in hospital. That was on a personal note. She's just been in trauma. She couldn't face coming here tonight because it's too traumatic after what happened last time, because it was such a shock, and she's been in shock because she had no idea. We had no idea. We said at the time we would run 100 miles away from it had we known that there was any inkling of an impending heritage overlay on it, because the house, when you look at it anyway, it's pretty obvious. I don't know of many who've actually been in the councils have been in it. Richard, Councillor Stockman has, and yes, I think that's about all. But it was a drive-by evaluation, which is fair enough. With that new tin roof, it looks good. But we'd never ever be able to afford to fix that, and that's not what we built. It's not fit for purpose for what we needed it to do. So did that answer that?
Yes. Councillor Stockman.
Thank you for being courageous and coming in, Andrew. And
yeah.
You know, it is. We know it's very hard. My question actually was answered by you, as how Kathy is faring. Yeah. But I'm just going to use my right to ask my other question, and that is, can you just talk about your health, please, during COVID? And Kathy had told me that your health was a bit low and it would have been harder for her to look after Matthew and potentially yourself.
Oh, well, I don't want to blow my bags, but I did have a heart attack about, it was nearly two years ago last June. And of course, I've had to be, the doctor tells me I've got to be very careful of how, you know, there's a lot of heavy work involved. And my son is bigger and taller than I am. He's well able to do that. And thank God he put his hand up, and the family, that they wanted to actually help us and be there. And just being there is a comfort. You know, just knowing that they're there. If you yell out, okay, you don't have to wait for 10 minutes to get for them to get there. It could be half a minute, you know, just over the fence or through the fence. Now we've made a gate. We made a gate there thinking everything was going to be fine. They even planted trees along there. They put something around the dam, you know, thinking everything was going to go ahead. Then suddenly this. So this affected more than one family.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. I've got another question, Andrew. Andrew, are you aware that at the moment Council has out for community consultation our draft Access, Equity and Inclusion Policy, which is designed to help people who are experiencing disadvantage through disability, etc. So I'm wondering if you're aware that that's out for community consultation, and if you would like to, or if you're thinking about putting a submission in, because you're quite within your rights to also put a submission in for that policy statement, which is meant to be an overriding statement of what we do here at Council regarding access, equity and inclusion.
I wasn't aware, but I could look into that. And we were normally pretty private sort of people, and we try to keep Matthew out of the limelight, and same as my wife too. So I'm sorry, well, she would be embarrassed if she knew that I've sort of gone into how it is, but it's true, and it's got to be said, you know, how it's reacted on her in the past. Well, since November, it's been very difficult, dark times, and I can't gild the lily. Sorry, that's not the word, but I just can't make it any. I can't pretend that it has been good. Did that answer that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Not always relevant.
Well, thanks, Andrew. Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate you coming in. And yeah, we've got a few more submissions to read, and then we'll go to a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie, you might shut that microphone off. Well, thanks, Jim. I've got three to read out. The first is from Valmai Muscal. To Chairman and Committee members considering the Planning Scheme Amendment C14250 Oatland Road, Plenty. Thank you for your work in governing Nillumbik. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak via this email regarding Amendment C142 to the Nillumbik Planning Scheme, which will apply to the heritage overlay to part of the site at 50 Overland Road, Plenty. We share a fence with this property. I've inspected the amendment and supporting documents on your website. I oppose the amendment. I appreciate your intention to preserve the history of the Plenty region. I found reading this history interesting. I have three comments. One, I think the house is in such poor condition that it is not worth preserving. I think the house is in such poor condition that it is not worth preserving it as a specimen of our heritage. The house is inhabitable in its present condition, and I do not think it worth trying to restore it as a memory of our heritage. It will take many man-hours to restore it, just enough to make it habitable, let alone restore it to its former glory. The outside weatherboard cladding in the house is ant-ridden and rotting. The weatherboards and window frames will need replacing. The plaster on the inside walls and ceilings have all been removed due to asbestos. The brickwork of the fireplace is cracked. All the original artwork is gone. The house is virtually gutted inside. There is virtually nothing left of the original house except the framework and its exterior shape. What heritage are we keeping if we keep a gutted, inhabitable house? Two, the present owners, the Mead family, have a severely disabled brother. They need a house that will help accommodate him. The brother, Matthew Mead, was in a car accident at the age of 4 years old. The impact severely impacted his brain, and since then he has been confined to a wheelchair and can virtually only move his eyes. He needs 24/7 care. The Mead family bought the property under the understanding that they could do what they needed to make it suitable for a dwelling, both for themselves and for the severely disabled brother. This included demolishing the house and rebuilding. If a heritage overlay is put on it, they will need to resell, probably at a loss, in order to buy somewhere else that they are allowed to adapt to suit their brother's special needs. 3, if the council sees the property, 50 Oatland Road, a valuable enough asset to preserve the heritage, they should also be prepared to purchase it from the Mead family and make it public land. If a heritage overlay is required for a house at 50 Oatland Road, as you say, then who is expected to pay for preserving and restoring it? Who is expected to maintain the house and surroundings? You mentioned in the explanatory report, and I quote, the amendment is not expected to have any adverse environmental or economic effects. How can that be? It costs heavily and someone will be adversely affected economically. I think it's unfair for the cost to be shouldered by one family. Would that be equivalent to stealing? The cost needs to be shouldered by us all. If we see the property as a valuable enough asset to preserve its heritage, we should also be prepared to purchase it from the Mead family and make it public land. Thank you for considering my comments. My recommendation is that the Council not proceed with preparing Amendment C142. I oppose the amendment. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak via this email at your meeting. Laurie Maskell says, my comments, thank you for the opportunity to comment regarding the proposed overlay to 50 Oatland Road, Plenty. I'm opposed to this overlay as currently published for the following reasons. 1, the economic impact to the current owners is severe. 2, the remains of this house are just that, remains. The house is no longer representative of the architecture of that period in which it was constructed. What remains is unlikely to stand for much longer without costly preservation effort for little return to the current owner. I see this as a dangerous precedent for the current owners of any other of the not-so-new houses in this area, or of Nillumbik Shire for that matter. Rather than just be negative, I'd like to suggest that the purpose for which the overlay is proposed would be served as well, or possibly better, by permitting the current owners to take the following steps. A, take photographs of its current appearance from the direction of Oakland Road. In brackets, all council could be responsible for that to be sure that sufficient information is gathered. B, demolish what remains of the house. C, rebuild to suit their needs under the provision that, and I quote, the appearance of the new building and its immediate surrounds as viewed from Oakland Road should be typical of an example of the architecture of the period in which the current building was constructed. Thank you, Laurie Maskell, resident, in brackets not owner, next door in McElroy Road. And just finally, we have one from Jason Keogh. To whom it may concern, I'm writing in the defence of the removal of the current property. A new development of a dwelling would be no detriment to us. I believe we're the most affected with the adjoining boundary. The linear meterage is approximately 50 metres and we have a clear line of sight over the entire property. Happy for the owners to remove the old dwelling and build new. On a personal note, the family, I have had the opportunity of getting to know them over the years and could not ask for better neighbours. They are active citizens within the community and are very charitable. It would be fitting to see this family receive welcome news that they could build something of taste and practically to suit their son. Accessing from both dwellings, obviously separated dwellings, but have a safe path so both can care for the disabled son-brother. Thank you for the time. Happy to verbalise this if required. Regards, Jason Keogh. And that was the last submission for this item. So I'll look for a motion now, councillors. Councillor Stockman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to support the officer's recommendation that the committee acting under delegation from council, 1, notes the submissions to Amendment C1420 to the Nillumbik Planning Scheme, 2, resolves the confidential unredacted copy of the written submissions to Amendment 142 remain confidential on the grounds specified in the definition of confidential information in Section 3(1)(f) of the Local Government Act 2020, and 3, considers a further report at the April Council meeting to resolve to either A, adopt Amendment C1420 pursuant to Section 29 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987, and pursuant to Section 31 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987, request the Minister for Planning approve amendment with or without changes, or B, request the Minister for Planning appoint an independent panel to consider Amendment C1420 pursuant to Section 23(1)(b) of the Planning Environment Act 1987, or C, which is abandon the Amendment C1420. 4, request the officers notify submitters to Amendment C1420 of the committee's resolution. And 5, request that officers provide an update onto participate in Nillumbik advising next stages for Amendment C1420.
Thank you, Councillor Stockman. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Regan? Councillor Stockman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd just like to, with that recommendation, Part 3, of course, and Part C, which I was saying to Richard before, there is that option of abandoning Amendment C1420 at the next council meeting, if this gets approved. Tonight, I wanted to move a motion. I emailed last night about 11:56 at night. It's been on my mind a lot, and I've got to know the family a little bit myself, and I find them very much loved by the community. I am the ward councillor there, and there are a lot of people that love the family in the community, and I think they're upstanding citizens. Just going further back with what sort of happened with this situation is that with Andrew's illness, Kathy told me this is really hard to cope. She's getting older anyway. Andrew got ill and she's thinking, how can we survive? So she's taken the chance to buy the property next door, and no, they've gone out on a limb to do this. They really have. They've bought that property, and they did their due diligence. There was nothing on the Section 32. They weren't aware themselves personally, and we've heard Andrew say that there was any heritage overlay at all on the building. And when they first found out about it, when they did put in to demolish the old building to build a modest home there for, it's for Ben to help look after Matthew, that's when they first found out about it. Amendment C 412 was authorised by the Minister for Planning on 9th of December 2021, and tonight I just wanted to put forward that motion that I wanted to abandon that amendment, but look, obviously we couldn't do that tonight, but we'll pursue that down the track. And in accordance with Section 19 of the Act, the amendment was placed on exhibition from January 27th, 2022 to the 2nd of March 2022. And as Mr Mackenzie said before, there was 28 submitters and all of them were objectors. That's 28 submitters and all of them objecting. I've never talked this long before, so I'll keep going. The two other items on the agenda saw overwhelming support for people actually for the public coming out and submitting. So I hope when we do go to the next meeting that we do see that this is a 28 to 0 submission objecting to this. The key points raised in the submission were the existing farmhouse is no longer a functional dwelling. Restoration would be prohibitively expensive and the current owners bought intending to demolish. The current owners first became aware of council interests, as I said, when the demolition was consent order was suspended. The property is off limited heritage value and changes to the site mean that there is very little of the early farming settlement story visible on the site other than the existence of the old house. It is unclear on the heritage basis for this advice as no heritage criterion assessment has been provided. The proposal for heritage protection of a disused, unlivable dwelling shell is not warranted and is not an appropriately balanced outcome, and the building report attached confirms the current uninhabitable state of the building as an empty shell. It also highlights major structural deficiencies requiring significant maintenance or replacement work if the building were to be brought back to the habitable condition. It is a prohibitive cost proposition that will not deliver the type of functional wheelchair accessible dwelling as required by the property owner and user. And the heritage overlay should be removed completely, but if it must be applied, the extent is considered excessive and a reduced extent is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stockman. Councillor Egan.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Look, Richard's sort of really covered a lot. We all know what this is all about. There's been a lot wrong with this proposed heritage overlay right from the start. It wasn't on the Section 32 when they bought the property. As Chris has said, its heritage value is limited, if any. The design is not known, the builder's not known. It's simply an old derelict shell of a house, that's it. It's irreparable, uninhabitable, not restorable, economically prohibitive to restore, and it's incredibly, profoundly unfair as to everything that this poor family has been put through. This is a family that's been through more than most people have in more than one lifetime, I can tell you. When it first came to council in November and had to be voted on, Councillor Ramcharan said it wasn't an issue about people, but to me this is all about people. It's why we were elected, to look after people, not to add to their stresses or to add to their health issues. They've been through enough. It's not something that we can vote on today, but at the April council meeting we will be able to. If we could have put up a motion tonight to have this abandoned tonight, we would have, but unfortunately, because this is only a planning meeting and doesn't have the powers to do that, we have to wait till a proper council meeting. So there's actually no decision tonight except to note that this is all happening and listen to submitters. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Egan. Councillor Ramcharan.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. I wasn't going to speak on this item tonight. I was going to save that for the OCM where we're making the decision, but just to respond to Councillor Egan's comments there, It is entirely true that planning decisions need to be made on the merits of what's in front of us. It's not about the people involved, it's about the bigger picture for the community and for the surrounding area. And in this case, it's about the heritage value and the history behind that house. And to say it's just a hollowed out shell and we have no idea why it's significant is completely incorrect. It was lived in by the Lears family, who were heavily involved in developing community life and community facilities in Plenty. So they were involved in creating the Plenty Tennis Club and the courts at Plenty Park. They created the Plenty Progress Association and the Plenty Social Club. They established the Plenty Hall Committee, and they actually helped to fundraise and build the Plenty Hall. And a member of that family was also a member of the secretary of the Plenty Red Cross branch. So they did a lot in the community as Plenty itself was being established. The house also is characteristic of interwar subdivisions, and some of the characteristics, it's characteristic of standard asymmetrical late Victorian and Federation villas. And those characteristics themselves are still quite intact. There's also tangible evidence on that lot of a farm smallholding which dates back to the interwar period. And we know that back in the day, the Lears family actually did the sewerage for Plenty, and they used to walk around with a cart before we had sewers, and they'd collect people's leavings from their homes, cart them away in this little cart, and they'd push the cart to their property. And we believe probably what happened with the leavings was it irrigated that farm, and that's what fed the village. So it was recycling and sort of a circular economy of food there. So a very some interesting history there. So that's what this house has to it, and I think that has to be key in whatever decision council makes in a fortnight's time. But I do think that whatever we can do to get the best outcome for the Meads possible, we need to do that, and that means compromise. But it doesn't mean giving up on this altogether. Especially at this stage, because we could be about to go to a planning panel, and the planning panel will be able to help find a compromise, whereas if we abandon it now, we'll never receive the recommendation from the planning panel. Anyway, that decision will be made in 2 weeks' time, but I do support Councillor Stockman's motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Amtran. Any other councillor wishing to speak? Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. I find it a dubious process for council to fast-track a heritage overlay on 50 Oatlands Road, Plenty. Heritage protection on this property will not benefit the people of Nillumbik, nor see the building become a tourist attraction. Instead, fast-tracking heritage protection on this property will further disadvantage a family already experiencing disadvantage. 28 written objections have been received by council asking for us not to apply a heritage overlay on 50 Oatlands Road. I joined council with the aim of putting community at the heart of council and making life better for the people of Nillumbik. I voted against heritage protection on this property 6 months ago on hearing of its dereliction, but ultimately out of compassion for the family who purchased it to build a customised home for the care of their son. I've heard that the Meads rightly investigated overlays on this property at the time of purchase and were told it had a bushfire overlay and an environmental overlay. There was no heritage overlay because it wasn't a priority for previous councils despite a heritage recommendation back in 2016. That's 6 years ago. Whilst planning matters need to be decided based on planning rules and heritage assessments are determined according to a criteria with recommendations by heritage consultants, this situation is different. I am embarrassed that we're at this point. I am sad and sorry that this council has added to the stress of the Mead family. This is the sort of issue we see people take to a current affair. This is on the news, this is in the newspapers, and this is not what I want to see Nillumbik Council known for. Tonight we've been reminded of how the decisions
made by council affect people. People matter. What would the Lears family want to have happen in this situation? I don't know how to get in contact with them. I don't know if they're still alive, but I'm betting that they would be saying, stop this nonsense and support the Mead family so that they can live in this location happily as we did. I'm assuming that the Liz family lived there happily, but I would really like to see that the Meads family are able to continue to live in plenty and have a plentiful life with their family without extra stress and strain. And this is a decision that I'm sad and sorry has happened. We could have abandoned this back in November, and I will support Councillor Stockman in his quest to see us, show compassion and common sense with this matter. Again, Andrew, for you and Kathy, I would like to give my sincere apologies that you've been dragged through this for the last number of months. I'm embarrassed, really embarrassed, and I'm really angry. And I won't be supporting heritage protection on this property. And I'm not the sort of person who usually, I respect heritage and I've put forward heritage protection on properties in the past. But in this instance, I can't vote for this. And I can't let it go to a heritage panel. How ridiculous is that, to have this determined by a heritage panel, which would take another 7 months or so? Okay, I'm happy to be out of time.
Because you're angry.
But I'm cross and I'm riled and I'm sorry I'm flustered, but this has really gotten to my heart. And I don't think that putting the Meads through another 5 months of stress and strain is the sort of thing that this council will want to be known for. I certainly don't.
Thanks, Councillor Duffy. Any other councillor wishing to speak? If not, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion's carried. It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Councillor Payne, who's going to chair the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Is that mine?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perkins. And we are moving on to the next report is the draft Nillumbik Local Law Community Consultation report. Council received registered requests from a total of 7 submitters, and we have 5 of those in person. I'm going to ask Mel Ellis to step forward for her submission.
Good evening. I would like to speak in support of a law to encourage wildlife-friendly fencing options in Nillumbik. The important aspect of this law is to make residents aware that their choices can impact wildlife. Just some very simple changes could make all the difference. You could argue this could be done with an education campaign alone, but I don't believe it can. I believe it needs both. I follow the work of many of our local rescue groups and often wonder if there was something that could be done to support them. Well, this is something that would help them. There will always be accidents, but some are avoidable and within our power to prevent. We've already established that there is support for this from the human community of Nillumbik, but the animals don't get to fill in surveys and turn up to meetings. They rely on you to take their needs into account, to respect them as integral members of the community. As councillors, you have the privilege to make life better for them. I implore you to take their needs into account and not write them off as disposable, not as a number on a cost-benefit analysis spreadsheet. If we can do this, why wouldn't we? That's it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mel from councillors? Yes, Councillor Amtaran.
Thank you, Mel. Certainly a very passionate speech. Would you suggest an outright ban on any certain type of fencing, or are you looking at more in terms of a more general law that regulates? What do you have in mind?
Definitely not a ban. I think, you know, we have lots of land usage in Nillumbik, obviously in rural areas particularly, and, you know, some of that is already governed by planning regulations and obviously safety legislation for stock, etc. So I don't think it's necessarily a outright ban. I'm not saying ban all barbed wire. I think that would be unrealistic and not achievable. However, there are things that can be done, and I believe there is a way that we could make people that are building new fences, this is only for new fences, aware of options that they have, because I actually don't believe that anybody would want to put up a fence that would damage wildlife. So I think it's giving them options and giving them the ability to make informed choices.
Are there any other councillors? Yes, Councillor Egan.
Thanks, Mel. Was it just barbed wire that you want banned or other forms of fencing?
I think it's a discussion about wildlife-friendly fencing. So even if there is barbed wire, where should it be placed? It depends also, of course, where the fences are. And even the thought about wildlife gates within fences when you've got wildlife passing through, because new fences are undoubtedly going to confuse wildlife because they're going to already have their established paths. So,
yeah, well, that was proved with the new fencing up on Menzies Road on the corner of Boucher's and Menzies, where they've put that fencing up, and we had a rash of kangaroos that were killed in a week, 2, 3, 4 weeks.
And I think there was one on Bitterman's track.
But that wasn't barbed wire. That was deer fencing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're right. It's actually not an issue about barbed wire. It's an issue about wildlife-friendly fencing, but it can't be done retrospectively, unfortunately.
No, of course not retrospectively. I don't think any laws generally refer retrospectively. So.
And one last question: do you know anywhere else, or in Australia, because of our native wildlife is different, that has come up with a solution?
In Australia, one of the councils was doing it on council land.
In Victoria?
Can't remember, have to check. There was one other, I think it was in Victoria, yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah, well, if you've got any info, I'd love to see it.
But yeah, I think that council had committed to doing it on council land. So, and that,
well, that's another issue, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other councillors with a question? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Mel, with wildlife-friendly fencing, we've heard about barbed wire, and we've heard about and seen photos of the damage that can do to sugar gliders and kangaroos, etc. But I'm particularly interested in hearing more about your opinion on the wildlife fencing. I've seen some recently in Smith's Gully where the fence doesn't go all the way to the ground. There's a void space so that animals like echidnas and wombats can walk through it. So would that be something that you'd be looking to see implemented in Nillumbik?
Oh, definitely. That's extremely wildlife friendly. It's having a gap for them to go under, and also not having the electric, if you need electric fencing, not having the electric fencing going down to the ground. So, yep, that is absolutely part of it, and probably one of the more easier parts to implement, really.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I have another one.
I guess so.
Just a quickie. Yeah, I just clarified with Rosa, because I suspected that that's already the case, and it is. There are already permit conditions on new properties and new fencing that it has to be wildlife friendly anyway, in terms of the height that Councillor Duffy was just talking about. So I knew that was already in. It's the type of wire. You know, it's another separate issue.
Is that a question?
No, it's not really. Was she aware? Yeah. And she wasn't. I guess I would just like to say one other thing, Jeff, is certainly around by me, there is tons and tons of old barbed wire that people aren't using anymore. It's getting into disrepute. It's, you know, falling down. Things that animals are tripping over it. People are tripping over it. Dogs are tripping over it. I just wonder if council would consider like an amnesty where people could take their barbed wire off and have a few skips around that we could throw it in. I took mine off, and it was a pain to get it down the tip, and then the tip didn't want it, and blah, blah, blah. I just think if we made it easier to get rid of some of the old stuff, because there is a lot of old crap out there and it doesn't look good. So I just wonder if that's something we could think of doing.
Okay.
Okay, that's me.
Yes, Councillor Rattray.
Yes, sorry, just one more question. And to clarify what Councillor Egan said before, that's true in the ESO and SLO, but without those overlays, there's no permit trigger for a fence, so you can put up a fence without having permit conditions on it in some circumstances. So Mel, coming back to the question from Councillor Egan before about the fence on Menzies Road, so that one, no barbed wire, no issue with it other than really the height of it that's caused it to become a barrier for wildlife, but that fence is completely legal. So if there was a law existing before that fence was built that said that officers could request for alterations to a fence to be made if a new fence goes up that's causing problems for wildlife, then we would have been able to request that those changes be made. Is that what you're sort of looking at with this law, for officers to be able to request small changes to a new fence that goes up if it begins to cause problems, rather than having
Well,
a
yes, if the
specific
fence has
ban?
already gone up, yes, absolutely. It would give officers the ability to do it. Really, the best solution for everybody was that, people took advice before putting the fences up and just put fences up that, were compliant. But yes, I guess if people don't and there is an issue afterwards, it's better to have a law that's enforceable. But not, that's not the ideal outcome.
But not an outright ban on anything.
No. I think that would be not doable, and I think it's better to take baby steps rather than one big hoof.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. We'll move on to David Kirkpatrick, please.
Good evening, all. Clock's running. I'll be fairly brief. I'm a newbie to this, so I just wanted to cover some of the points that were sent out in the email. And excuse me if I'm off the mark. The first one was dealing with shipping containers. We purchased a property in Henley Road, and the previous owners had not a lot of theft there. They'd lost a tractor, a bobcat, various bits of machinery. We're in the process of repairing the property, and we're keeping a mower, whippersnippers, poisons, that sort of thing in the container. We've painted the containers. They're sitting snugly into the landscape. So my recommendation is that the council considers containers on property, but with provisos that they're either painted or appropriately placed. Second thing that I want to cover is motorised toys. There doesn't seem to be any specific description of what a motorised toy is, and that could then lead it open to interpretation. So I could buy a Jeep, and it's a toy for me, a boy toy. One of my children could have a little motorised toy for Christmas. That could be banned. I could have a ride-on mower that I have a lot of fun on. Could that be considered a motorised toy? So my request to the council is that they get really specific about what a motorised toy is. I gather that that is for the control of motorbikes, particularly trail bikes, which I fully endorse. The other area that I think is lacking in specificity is the description of kitchen gardens and cottage gardens. What exactly constitutes a kitchen or cottage garden? Is it herbs? Is it non-native? Or can I have lavender in there? Or am I only allowed prostranthera mint in there? So I think that really needs to be clarified. In terms of trees, am I allowed to have a lemon bush? Am I allowed to have any sort of fruit tree? Is that included in a kitchen garden? So I think that really needs to be clearly outlined. Environmental weeds and native planting. The Black Saturday Royal Commission heard submissions from a number of residents about the Kunzia being a contributing factor to the intensity of the fires. The council, I believe, has only recently had a laxed attitude or more relaxed attitude to the removal of Kunzia. We've removed a lot of it on frontage on Henley Road, and as a result of that, you can see a massive germination of native trees, gums, wattles, orchids, and if any of the councillors are uncertain about the value of removing the monoculture Kunzia, then I invite them to come and have a look at my place and see the results of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David from councillors? There are none. Thank you so much.
Great, you'll have a cup of tea if you come up.
Ta. All right, I'm going to ask Rosemary Glacier on behalf of Wildlife Advocates of Nillumbik to make a statement.
Thank you. I might have made a mistake and ticked the wrong box saying that I was a supporter, not an objector, on behalf of Wildlife Advocates. Doesn't matter.
We will hear your submission, whatever it is.
Fine, okay.
Take it away. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. So there's a saying that goes, the kangaroo isn't crossing the road is crossing the kangaroo's age-old habitat. And I think the same could be said of the fences we put up. So put yourself in the shoes of one of our dedicated local wildlife carers for a moment. Being called out to a kangaroo hanging from a fence upside down, its weight borne on a broken leg, and the likelihood that the best possible outcome for the animal will be euthanasia. Nillumbik wildlife carers face this heartbreaking scenario over and over again. Then, to add on insult to injury, if the animal can be saved, the financial burden of its treatment and convalescent care falls on that volunteer. And they are confronted with this horror on a regular basis. Nillumbik is one of the 5 worst council areas in Victoria for wildlife entanglements in fences. This is a shameful statistic and is clearly at odds with community expectations when last year's community engagement process showed the majority of respondents supporting fencing that does not harm wildlife. It could also be argued that the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1986 requires that we don't put up fences that we know will maim and kill wildlife. It says the purpose of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act Victoria is to prevent cruelty to animals, to encourage the considerate treatment of animals, and to improve the level of community awareness about the prevention of cruelty to animals. So, what's to be done? Wildlife Advocates of Nillumbik believe that this situation can be improved by education and legislation. Landowners put up new fences that are dangerous to wildlife, not necessarily because they absolutely need the fence to be of that particular design, but often because they simply aren't aware of the possible consequences, or they don't know that alternative fence designs are available. To address this, we would like to see a local law requiring new fencing to be wildlife friendly and for information and support to be provided to help landowners to comply with this law. There's plenty of material now on more modern and suitable fencing. Macedon Shire Council, for instance, has an excellent online brochure which could be used as a starting point. And Wildlife Advocates of Nillumbik would also be very happy to help with the research and the design of any regulation that council might be happy to bring in around new fencing.
Thank you, Rosemary. And I think because you're speaking on behalf of a company, I don't know that councillors can ask any questions of you, I'm afraid. So I think that's right. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
But thank you anyway. Thank you for your submission. So, all right, I'm going to ask Liesl Schnugel to take the microphone to make her submission, please.
Thank you. I've lived in rural Nillumbik for over 40 years, and for most of my life, I've been a teacher. So naturally enough, I have a very strong belief in the power of education. I therefore would strongly support the development of an education program about native wildlife and believe that this would be of huge benefit for the community and of course for wildlife. It could provide advice and information about living alongside wildlife, such as ways to retrofit old fencing to make it more wildlife friendly, amongst a host of other issues. However, we don't just need an education program. According to Wildlife Victoria, Nellumbik is one of the worst areas in the state for wildlife entanglements. We have a serious problem here and one that needs addressing. We have regulations for new developments and new houses, and there are requirements for them to fit within the existing local area. New buildings are assessed within a broader context, such as proximity to watercourses, bushfire risk of the general area, what's in keeping with the local neighbourhood character, etc., etc. The overall context matters for new buildings. So similarly, why aren't we taking the broader environmental context into account when a new fence is erected? Wildlife is part of the broader context here in rural Nellumbik, part of the local environment, and therefore I believe should be taken into account. Fences, like buildings, fit within a local context, and so why the hell aren't we taking into account the needs of wildlife when a new fence is being built? I'm asking for a regulation for new rural fences, just as there are regulations for new buildings. With a regulation for new fences, I do believe that we could substantially reduce the numbers of wildlife entanglements. For brand new fences, in particular, present a problem for wildlife because they're trying to move through the area just as they've always done. Landowners wouldn't incur any additional cost in erecting a wildlife-friendly fence, rather than one that is not wildlife-friendly.
Okay, Liesl, we're really close.
I object to the current draft of Nellumbik's general local law, and I urge you please to include a provision in it for wildlife-friendly new fencing.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off like that.
No, sorry, I
That's
went
okay.
a bit slow. I should have sped up.
Councillors, any councillor has a question for Liesl? Yeah, Councillor Egan.
Hi, Liesl. I really struggle with the kangaroo hanging thing. So as a qualified registered wildlife carer up until when I went on council, when I had to stop doing it because of the time constraints, most of mine, 90% of the kangaroo hang-up issues that I had were from normal farm stranded fences. Some were from barbed wire, but virtually none. So how do we change that sort of fencing to make it compliant? Because if you haven't got strands of wire and you've still got the space underneath where they can go through, often it's dogs or cars or something that's frightened them, so they do take the jump, the bottom feet go through and they do the flip. So how do you stop that? I mean, if somebody could show me a way to do it, I'd be all for it, but so far nobody has.
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to talk about that. Many of the wildlife rescuers I know have been doing rescues in fences that do involve barbed wire and that also do involve ring lock. So I would argue against you that I think there are numerous entrapments with particular types of wire. But that notwithstanding, there's also ways that can make, as there was discussion before, a fence more wildlife friendly. So for instance, exactly as you say, a lot of the entrapments happen when they try to go over the top. And often they don't see it, particularly when it's a new fence and particularly when it's, so there are ways, so a wildlife friendly fence can also involve, the word's wrong, not highlighting, but doing tape really strong coloured tape that really highlights the top strand so that they can see it. And it also can involve actually enabling kangaroos in particular to go under. So it's also about having a fence that isn't right on the ground, that there's a gap underneath. You know, I guess the issue too with fencing is that often people fence without actually a need for fencing. They don't understand, you know, about a good fence, a wildlife-friendly fence. And often I've known people who've put in a fence because that's what you do. You move to a new property. Rural fence, yes. I'm specifically talking rural areas. You know, you don't always have to have fencing, but you know, for new fencing, there are ways to actually make it more wildlife friendly.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillors? Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Stockman.
Thanks, Chair. Liesl, in Yan Yean Road, there's almost a kangaroo that gets killed every day, and I know we can't stop the 80 kilometres an hour, or we can't stop, you know, the hit. Like, do you need different fencing for different areas? Like, I mean, I don't have a solution, but could you? My question is, can you look into some of that research? It seems like I've mentioned it to Ben a lot about kangaroos. I get pictures all the time, kangaroos getting killed there.
So, Richard, are you talking about a vehicle kangaroo? Oh, okay, well that's also an issue close to my heart, and I'd love to talk about that, but it's not really on the topic because I'm just really here about doing a new
regulation
law.
for fencing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just on the heights of fences, there is it different, like horses for courses, or different fences for different areas? Like, would a bigger fence at Yan Yean Road so they can't get over unless they all...
I guess this is the point that I'm making, is that currently there is no legislation about what sort of rural fence you can put up. There's no regulation. There's nothing. There's regulations for lots of different things, but there is no regulation about rural fencing. I believe that there's some regulations about, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that there's some regulations about the sorts of fencing you can put up in urban areas in Nellenbeck, but there is none for rural fencing. And I'm just talking new rural fencing, and at the moment it's up to an individual landowner, bugger everything else, to put up whatever he or she wants. And that's why I'm arguing really strongly for regulation for new fencing, but also a really strong education program across the board, because there's also ways to retrofit old fencing. I'm not talking about, you know, everybody has to do new fencing. Mm-hmm. It's just an education program for people who are interested about retrofitting old fencing.
Thank you, Liesl. Anyone else? Any other councillors? No? Thank you so much. Thanks for your submission. All right, I'll ask for Julia Hamer to make her submission, please.
Good evening, everybody. A lot of the nitty-gritty of this topic has been covered, obviously, in discussion already. I just want to make a couple of very general points. I'm objecting to the lack of provision for safe wildlife fencing in Nellenbeck, just as Liesl was talking about. So first I want to say we are a green wedge shire, and many of the people who live here are proud of this fact and love the many forms of nature around them. It surely makes sense that we should be doing our utmost to look after our surroundings and the plants and creatures that inhabit them. This must include protecting mammals in our shire from random unintentional death caught on wires that were never intended to cause these gruesome events. Secondly, I want to make a point that's a little bit difficult to talk about because it seems obscure perhaps to some of us, but there's been escalating research in recent years on the life, habits, intelligences, and even feelings of sensate creatures enabled by new techniques, scientific techniques, and we've become aware of some extraordinary things, such as the intricate social life of some species or forms of intelligence and ability to communicate, very different from ours, but nonetheless remarkable. One wonderful example is the intelligence of octopus that's been recently discovered and written about. They just have a most marvellous intelligence. It's really worth reading about. We are becoming more aware, therefore, of the different ways animals can suffer, and this applies here. We can no longer turn our minds away from the suffering we inflict, and this includes allowing animals to die a slow and horrible death on fencing wire. So it's just a general support of what's being said already. And I think as a civilised nation, as we get more civilised, we start thinking about these things. We start worrying about puppy farms and the cruelties. The RSPCA is alive and well in our country. It's not in other countries. I think it's part of that we should protect our native animals in these ways by sensible fencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions for Julia? There are none. Julia, thank you so much for your submission. All right, we have, I have two submissions that I will now read out. The first is from Mara Favoretto. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about a concerning issue, wildlife-friendly fencing, and the imperative to introduce a bylaw for new fencing. My partner and I moved from the suburbs to St Andrews a few years ago because we wanted to live in a semi-rural area like this, rich with diversity of native plants, animals and bush. Yet according to data provided by Wildlife Victoria, Nillumbik Council is currently in the top 5 in Victoria for wildlife-related incidents with fencing. Our precious wildlife gets constantly caught in fences, suffering slow, painful and cruel deaths. This can be avoided by simply dropping the use of barbed wire and ring lock and turning to wildlife-friendly fencing options. Therefore, I simply ask that a sensible bylaw for new fencing be added to council policies, together with education and support so landholders can make good choices for them, their livestock and our native diverse wildlife. Wildlife-safe fencing is not a divisive issue of greenies versus farmers, as some commentators may try to have you believe. Rather, with common sense, communication and goodwill, we can all effect positive change for the bush, farmers, native animals and road traffic safety. Council is perfectly placed to provide evidence-based information to landholders about wildlife-friendly fencing and the variety of options to fit specific environments and land use requirements. Peer-reviewed scientific data shows barbed wire is, for the most part, now outdated. New technologies mean for large animals like cattle, a hot wire may be sufficient. Easy access to the right information and support additionally results in landholders making informed choices, thereby reducing costs of retrofitting at a later date, or worse, being stuck with unsafe fencing. In taking the step to implement good practice of fencing solutions through council bylaws, authorities have the tools to act suitably. Nillumbik suburban streets have strict rules around front fences that are enforced for the sake of streetscape appeal, yet rural fencing has far greater ramifications and lack of guidance. Last year, a council-focused survey found the majority of Nillumbik residents valued rural aspects of the area and expert fencing should not harm wildlife. It is time our council acts upon this important issue. Mara Favoretto. The next submission is from Damien Crock on behalf of Nillumbik Proactive Landowners. In 2021, local law review submissions were requested and PALs submitted in both July and December, respectively. Submission copies have been resent now, as despite PAL's requests, calls for meetings to address PAL's real concerns of both the review's process and substance received zero response. This submission tonight specifically calls for all councillors and relevant NSC officers and contractors to read PAL's submissions and for appropriate further consultation to result. PALS has requested Councillor Payne as chairperson to read this submission tonight, given that specific call. At a threshold level, and from dealing first with PAL's December submission, PALS called for provision by NSC of regulatory development rationale and process for each and every proposed new or varied regulation. The basis of the comprehensive variance from the July to the December drafts is not apparent, and PALS calls for the publication and explanation of the regulatory development process. PALS asserts that there is such a substantial volume of proposed new or proposed varied local laws that NSC is duty-bound to provide specific granular detail to residents and ratepayers, followed by additional consultation and information sessions to ascertain the views of proposed impacted residents and ratepayers. If NSC fails or refuses to do so, NSC introduces the legitimate risk of prospective exposure to legal action by impacted stakeholders. Turning to PAL's July submission. 1. Recommendations on this earlier version were not addressed, rather than July's draft being refined. December's was akin to a review of an entirely new draft set of proposed laws. 2. Aviation matters regarding both helicopters and drones, best regulated by the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, the national government body. Council is neither subject knowledgeable nor appropriately experienced to purport to introduce regulation for aviation. PALS also has concerns regarding potential use of drones by council for surveillance, which may be illegal, and is vehemently rejected by landholders as an inappropriate local government activity. 3. Additional and restrictive controls. Last July, PALS submitted that the form, detail and responses sought from the community via the consultation process were inappropriate, inadequate and misleading, with the online survey masking an underlying aim of council to substantially increase restrictions across rural land in the Shire, particularly in RCZ areas and in the Green Wedge, to the obvious detriment of rural landowners. 4. Use of glyphosates. Understanding is poor that infestation of weeds such as Bergen, capeweed, Patterson's curse, blackberry, hawthorn and other invasive weeds are landscape destroyers. Council should not impede rural landowners from appropriately managing land while also regulating landowners for any omissions in controlling weeds. PALS encourages land management to limit feral animal infestation increases, native vegetation decreases, to enhance rural landscapes quality and, in turn, property values in a healthy shire. And I'm sorry, but there's another half a page to go, so I couldn't get through in the time allotted. Sorry about that. We have gone through all these submissions. Do I have a mover for the recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Ramtaran.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. I'd like to move that the committee, acting under delegation from Council 1, acknowledges and notes the 185 submissions in attachments 3 and 4 from stakeholders and community members who provided feedback on the draft Nillumbik General Local Law. 2, considers the feedback contained in the submissions and this report during further reviews and finalisation of the Nillumbik General Local Law. 3, acknowledges presentations to the committee. 4, receives a report at a future council meeting to consider the next steps. 5, resolves the confidential, unredacted copy of the written submissions to the draft General Local Law in Attachment 4 remain confidential on the grounds specified in the definition of confidential information in Section 3(1)(f) of the Local Government Act 2020. And 6, thanks the submitters for providing the committee with feedback on this important document.
Thank you, Councillor Ramtram. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Ramtram, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Look, I think this has been a really interesting process reviewing our local laws. It's not something all councils get to do. We only do it once every 10 years. And I think it's a really important time to reflect on what we value as a community. And these local laws will really give us the ability to enforce what we feel is important. They're a tool for officers to use. They're not necessarily something we have to pay officers to be out enforcing every single day and patrolling the area to make sure everybody's following these laws. It's a case of when we receive complaints, these laws give us the ability to enforce, to ask a landowner or a resident to change their behaviour or to change what they're doing on their land or on council land. And if we didn't have the law there, then officers wouldn't have that power to request that. So an example is barking dogs. If you have a loud barking dog next door that's disturbing you and keeping you up at night, without the local laws, officers wouldn't be able to do anything about that. But because we do have the local laws, we have a framework where officers can actually monitor what's going on and request that somebody either gets a behaviourist in to change the dog's behaviour or rehome the dog so that the neighbours don't have to put up with excessive noise. And without the local law, we don't have the power to do that. I thank all the submitters tonight. We heard a lot about fencing, and that's clearly something that really resonates. And perhaps that's something we ought to reconsider. I think we heard that an outright ban isn't the way to go, and I think previous proposals to ban barbed wire and other types of fencing might have been the wrong way to go. But to have a regulation that gives officers the power to request that somebody make small changes to their fence, such as putting some bright coloured tape on it, I think that's a reasonable sort of regulation to have, which would enable us to protect wildlife. If a new fence goes up, poses problems to wildlife, we get complaints, then officers will actually have the power to act. But it wouldn't entail an outright ban on anything, and I think that's probably a better way of going than the previous proposal. So I'd like to thank officers for the amount of work that they've put into this. It's a huge job, and we're probably only halfway there now because we still have to figure out all the penalty units and the fines and make changes based on all the submissions we've received. And we also need to put together rationale for each local law, reasons for having it, and an enforcement policy as well to guide officers on how to enforce the local laws, how hard to go, how to get the best outcome for the community by using the local laws as a tool rather than using them as a weapon. So yes, there's a lot more work to do, and there's one more round of consultation coming up, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next draft of the local laws after we make changes from this feedback, after we add the penalty units, after we put together our enforcement policy. And I'm looking forward to getting the feedback from the final round of consultation and seeing what we end up with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ramtran. Councillor Duffy, would you like to speak?
No, thank you.
All right, at that stage, are there any other councillors that would like to speak? In that case, I will put the motion to a vote. All in favour? And that motion is passed unanimously. We are about to move on to the next motion, but we're 3 hours in, and I would suggest that I'm about to read 20-odd pages of submissions. I'm just moving a little break. I'm going through the chair, through the governance, with a begging look in my eyes saying, great, a small adjournment, is that right? A temporarily adjourned, great. Will we give it a few minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, a couple of minutes, and we will recommence the meeting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we might recommence the meeting. We've got a lot to get through in terms of submitters, so I'll ask people to resume their seats. At this point, I'm going to ask Councillor Ramcharan to explain a suspension of standing orders.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. I've just had a member of the gallery approach me who registered to speak on the previous item and actually flew all the way here from northern New South Wales in order to speak, but unfortunately due to an administrative error wasn't listed in the speakers list and therefore didn't get the opportunity. So I'd just like to move a procedural motion to suspend the standing orders of the meeting in order to give a community member the opportunity to speak to us for 3 minutes. So if that's okay with everyone, that would be really good.
Do I ask for a seconder at this stage? Yes, Councillor Perkins would second. All those in favour of suspension of standing orders? That is, motion is carried unanimously. Ruth, if you'd like to step forward and make your submission, I do apologise for the mistake.
Nillumbik is now attracting a new demographic, one which is educated, professional and able to work from home. I'm organising an awareness session about our wildlife with this demographic in mind, and I asked DELF, Department of Environment, if they would arrange a representative to give an overview of their Land for Wildlife program. Without the land, there's no wildlife. They weren't able to supply anyone, although 30 shooting licences have been issued by the Game Hunting Authority under DELF in Panton Hill, Smiths Gully and St Andrews alone. I know of a property in Panton Hill which was sold through a hunting magazine. Barbed wire was installed on the fence's top and bottom, and unspeakable carnage was witnessed by neighbours who had loved and enjoyed their wildlife. This neighbour told of hearing a bullet fly past as she put out the garbage. Is this the image we want in Nillumbik? Kangaroos have strong family bonds, and the large alpha male has a very important role in disciplining the young bucks with the gene pool and the breeding. He's an easy target as he stands tall and still, and I've witnessed on my own property one such majestic animal shot from a passing car. A female kangaroo doesn't start to breed until around 4 or 5 years old. She's only able to have one joey a year, regardless of the season, and only a very low percentage of these will live to be adults, and currently it's as low as 7%. Without the alpha male, the group is vulnerable to the rape and pillage of surrounding young bucks, and the result is breeding with females too young, an imbalance in family groups and mobs of smaller kangaroos. I have watched my neighbour, who blames the kangaroos for the result of what is poor farming practices. Kangaroos have been rounded up on motorbikes and shot. Joeys dependent on their mothers until 2 years old escaped the shooting but were not able to survive without their mothers. Neighbours were finding them for weeks after. Australia has the worst record on the planet for the slaughter of its wildlife. Koalas were subject to hunting last century for meat and fur, as there were so many of them. Figures show 600,000 were shot in one weekend in one state, and we all know the end result. Kangaroos are heading towards the same trajectory. To say we can't do anything or it's someone else's responsibility makes us here in Nillumbik complicit in the inevitable end result. The original regenerative farmer, Percival Yeomans, recognised the wisdom and respect the Aboriginal people held for the land, rather than the other view, which was that Australia was a hostile land to be conquered and tamed. Nillumbik has an opportunity to recognise the value of its unique wildlife. There is a need for council to take the lead in showing respect for wildlife, with wildlife fencing, appropriate road signs, and education programs about cohabiting with wildlife. It is ignorance that allows us to believe that kangaroos will still be around for our grandchildren. As David Attenborough says, remarkably, Australians know very little about kangaroos and are often very surprised to discover what extraordinary animals they are.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you for the submission. We do have time for councillors to ask Ruth any questions. Yes, Councillor Regan.
Hi, Ruth. Long time no see. I'd like to ask you the same question as Liesl, whether you know of any or in the research that you've done of any wildlife-friendly fencing?
I think that's an opportunity and a responsibility somewhat for council to take on the role to do the research together as a community. I can't say that I know what's around in Australia for wildlife fencing. I'm not a fencer. I'm a licensed wildlife carer current, and I see the end result, and it's not good. And it's ignorance again. I think, as I said, this new demographic that's coming in here, they're asking for education. And it's up to us as a council here to recognise this opportunity and educate people about what's available. And no, Karen, I don't know the legals, the ins and outs about fencing, but I know that if we take it up off the ground, the kangaroos can get underneath. I see the person next to me run the kangaroos into the fence with a big tractor. Barbed wire on the top. Little kangaroos who can't get over the fence go in the fence and get caught. They're eaten alive by foxes. Is that the image that we want in the green wedge? And that's what's happening out there. And it's really up to us to get together and do what we can. Educate, be aware that this is happening, because a lot of people aren't aware. Understand the unique position we are with our wildlife and try to do something about it.
Yeah,
If
well,
I
I
don't have
haven't
all
had
the answers, I think
anybody-
we can work together to do that.
I haven't had anybody come to me about them being shot like you have, and I've had a cow be shot by a passing car, but not.
I
haven't
heard
about
shots
stock.
at the back of me, Karen.
Are you still in the same?
I'm still in the same
Yeah.
place. That the motorbike was so loud, I thought it was actually coming into my lounge room. I then reported it to the Department of Environment, RSPCA, and numerous other bodies. But
Yep.
because I wasn't there taking photos while all this shooting was going on, I saw the end result. And I heard them come back at 6 o'clock the next morning and pop, pop, pop and kill those that have been left to suffer all night, because that's what happens. And I see the end result of the young Joeys when all the neighbours try to save them and bring them into me.
Yeah.
And that's the end result. I also heard another case of a similar thing of rounding up on the motorbikes up the back. And that very disturbingly sounded to me like a semi-automatic rifle.
So, and this is in Patton Hill?
This is up the back of my place. Yeah, there's a trail of kangaroos that have been there for probably hundreds of years. Talking about fencing, some people up the back were moving, and they put up a 50-metre new piece of fencing because it looked nice for selling the property. There was a shooting on the other side, so one young doe, which I knew, and went straight through the fencing, upside down, and was caught in that fencing because of the, that's what they do.
Thank you, Ruth, for that. Any other councillors? Councillor Duffy has a question. Sorry, Ruth, we've got another one here. Councillor Duffy has a question for you.
Hi, Ruth. Thank you for your submission tonight, and thank you for the wildlife caring, the rescue work that you do.
It's an honour and a privilege, but thank you.
My question relates back to the shooting that you were talking about. How you mentioned a neighbour who, experienced a close call. From what I'm picking up, that a bullet went past them.
Yeah. I think perhaps. I'm sorry. What's your name? Rosa. I think you were at that meeting when we had a meeting with council to report what was happening.
Right.
Yeah.
So, it's horrifying to hear that, you can be in your own property, or you can be somewhere in Nillumbik and be shot at. Certainly don't expect that. When you're looking at the laws for protecting wildlife and respecting wildlife, do you see a room for something that Nillumbik can do regarding shooting?
Absolutely. Nothing has been done about this through the council. These are rules that are brought in by DELF, the Department of Environment, and the Game Hunting Authority, who actually, it's absolutely foxes in the hen house. The Game Hunting Authority give out licences for shooting. How about that? So, and they're under the Department of Environment. So all these licences are going out to shoot kangaroos, and nobody's really monitoring it. So I think the council needs to get together as a body, with lead council members, to have meetings with the Department of Environment and maybe even the state government, because the culling processes that are coming through with kangas now all over Australia, and that's about to start in Nillumbik. People like me who have bought joeys up, and it takes 2 years to do that before they go off and be independent, will go off and be shot for dog meat. There's not enough kangaroos here. It's not sustainable, and there are independent reports to show that. And perhaps if we get together as a council and recognise and respect the wildlife that we have here, we can do something about it before it's too late, because I can assure you it will be too late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your submission. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ramtran has a question for...
No, I was just moving to...
Oh, thank you.
Go back.
To restart the meeting.
Just to mention, Ruth, when you were talking about the shooting going on next door, I realised I've had an email from you before. I remember you mentioned that to me in an email about the shooting next door. So, yes. Yeah. Chair, I'd like to move that the standing orders of the meeting be resumed.
Seconded. I will put that motion to the vote. The meeting has officially been restarted. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On that basis, we're going to move on now to PCC 014-22, the draft local law Bend of Islands community consultation. We have 5 in-person submitters, the first of which is Andrew McMahon, who's going to make his submission. And I'll just remind everyone, we have to stop proceedings at 10:30 to vote to continue beyond 10:30.
It's on. Mic's on, yep. Thanks for the opportunity to address Council on this proposed local law. I'm speaking as a member of BICA, a resident of the Bend of Isles for 13 years, and as a professional ecologist. I would like to thank and strongly support Council in proposing this local law. The history and the context of the Bend of Isles and recommendations for inclusion in this local law are well covered in the detailed submission that BICA put in December 21. I fully support those recommendations. I simply want to make a number of general points in support of the draft law. The Bend of Isles has been an exemplar of the concept of residential conservation for over 40 years, specifically in this state, but also presumably in the country. Its longevity is a tribute to the passion, energy, and commitment of at least 2 generations of residents and the ongoing support of Council. In an ecological and social sense, I would suggest it has proven itself. For decades, the environmental literature has highlighted the threats posed to biodiversity: habitat loss and degradation, pest animals, including dogs and cats, invasive plants, and pathogens such as cinnamon fungus and chytrid fungus. Many of these are the precise threats that SUZ2 and the proposed local law address, and that the residents of the Bend of Isles by and large manage. As the mostly uncertain but likely profound impacts of climate change manifest, it will be essential to manage such threats that are within our grasp. Again, the Bend of Islands, with the support of Council, can be exemplars here, as this is what we have done and continue to do. In many ways, the bar has been raised in our efforts to conserve biodiversity. I understand that the proposed local law will clarify and assist Council in managing the planning aspects of SUZ2. This will also greatly assist BICA in its stewardship of this very important area. In summary, the proposed local law could also be viewed as an investment in Nillumbik's future biodiversity. The importance of refugia, that is, refuges for flora and fauna, and strategic habitat, such as the Bend of Islands, will undoubtedly increase in response to the inevitable mounting pressures on biodiversity. Thank you.
Spot on. Thank you so much, Andrew. Councillors, any questions from any councillors to Andrew? Yes, Councillor Ramtran.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Very very useful to hear that from you. So you said you were representing, or that you're a member of BICA. And I was just wondering if you could tell us how many members BICA has got.
Good question. I can't off the top of my head.
Oh, no worries. Do you know the general percentage?
I think 70% of the residents of the Bend of Islands are members of BICA.
Are they financial members?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Egan.
Just to add to those questions that Councillor Ramcharan were asking you, how many of them actually live in the Bend of Isles?
I'm not sure of that figure.
Thank you.
Any further questions from anyone else for Andrew? In that case, Andrew, thank you so much for your submission.
Thank you.
At this stage, I'm going to ask David Kirkpatrick to step forward. You've already spoken.
I'm happy to speak again.
Oh, that's okay. You've been doubling up. In that case, we'll jump, David, and go to Noel Renouf, if Noel is here.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to talk tonight. I live in the Bend of Islands on Henley Road. This is a personal submission, but I support the BICA submission. I decided to come to this meeting to say something after I read through the written submissions that were on the council website, because I was a bit shocked by some of them. There's a big majority in support of the proposed local law, but there is a bit of opposition, and some of it's from people who do live in the Bend of Islands. Of course, some people live in the area despite the special use zone rather than because of it, but still I was a bit taken aback by some of the submissions. The special use zone was established to ensure the protection of a special area. The thing is, it's unique. There's nowhere else you can go to live in an environment with these protections, and we're privileged to live where we do. But some people seem to be saying that they should be able to do in the Bend of Islands what they could do anywhere else. Plant anything, bringing in cats and dogs and horses and llamas and whatever else it would all be, but especially dogs. So I wanted to say that when I came to the Bend of Islands 20 years ago, not really understanding or appreciating the area, I'd lived for a long time in the city and I had a dog. I pretty much always had dogs. This one was a really lovely British bulldog. As far as I could see, he was no trouble to anyone or anything. That's the way probably all dog owners think about their dogs. I wasn't willing to be separated from him, but he was an old dog, so I was able to wait until after he died before I moved. Not because I thought at the time it would make any difference at all, but actually just because I didn't have a choice and it was the rule. Now, having lived in the area, I understand the reason for the rule. It's the same reason that you can't take dogs into national parks. I think that these rules we have in the Bend of Islands should be respected because there's actually a lot at stake. The proposed local law will support the environmental living zone. It should not be wound back, and I really urge the council to support it.
Thank you, Noel. I think we have time for councillors to ask Noel any questions. Any councillors have a question for Noel? Councillor Egan.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused because you support BICA's submission, which is against the local law. That's how I read it.
No, well, that's not the way I read it. I understand that BICA supports the local law.
As it is now, not the proposed changes.
Oh, I'm sorry, the proposed local... I'm sorry, I apologise.
Right, so that's why I was getting confused.
Entirely my fault.
Right.
I wasn't clear. No, I support the proposed local law.
Right. That's what I just needed to clarify because it wasn't making sense to me.
No, thanks, and thanks for clearing. Yeah, and I think what I said was consistent with that position.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Noel. Any other questions? Councillor Perkins.
No, I just wonder, look, my understanding of what's sort of going on here with the special use zone is that it was brought in by the Shire of Hillsville many years ago, I think, and it was intended to impact upon new residences in a new subdivision, but the existing buildings and the existing allotments weren't impacted by that special use zone, you know, in that they could still keep cats and dogs, and many of them have ever since.
So I mean, I'm not able to speak to the history of that because that was all before my time, but essentially what's been happening is that as people who do support the special use zone move into the area, we're gradually moving to a situation where the number of non-conforming use rights, which is what I think you're referring to, is starting to decrease to the benefit of the area and to support the objectives of the special use zone. That's the way I understand it.
Okay, so you support the extinguishment of those rights for those property owners who I suppose their property has also always had that entitlement of not being covered by the special use zone.
Well, what I really support is ensuring that the environment in the area be protected to the greatest degree possible. Now, I'm sure there are questions of equity about how best to go about that, and I'm personally not at all interested in doing people out of the rights that they might have. But I understand that what's been happening over a period of time is that as new people move into the area, the number of people who have these non-conforming use rights has been gradually reducing. My understanding is that what council are proposing in the proposed local law, they're proposing because they consider that to be the best way to support the environmental outcomes for the special use zone. And if that's the case, that's a matter for them. I'm making a personal submission, and I'm not personally wanting to do anyone out of their rights, but I'm certainly not interested in supporting a situation where people who, in the submissions that I read, are talking about wanting to make the area a place where it's okay to have a range of creatures that are not indigenous to the area and are going to to work against what we're trying to preserve in the area.
I don't wish to interrupt at this stage, but I'm required to. We need to vote to continue the meeting. So do you have any more questions, Councillor Perkins? Noel, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you very much. So we need to move a motion now to continue the meeting after 10:30. Is there anyone that would like to move the motion that we continue? Is one going to seconded by? Okay. Not happy to. Reluctantly moving the motion to continue beyond. Happy to support Karen Egan. I put that motion to the vote. Do we accept that we will go beyond 10:30? That motion is passed unanimously and we may continue. The next speaker is Wayne Common. If Wayne is here to make his submission.
It is way past my bedtime. I will try not to bore you.
Hear, hear.
You can hear me? Thank you.
We can.
Look, there's going to be a lot of things discussed. A lot of things have been discussed already. What I'll do is I'm going to throw my notes out and talk about the things that haven't been discussed. But one important thing, I'm here to talk about non-conforming rights. My wife, my eldest daughter, her husband, my 2 grandchildren, and, as of 5 hours ago, a new one, but she hasn't got home from the hospital, all live on our 10-acre property in Bend of Islands. I'm saying that we are invested in this place. We've been here for 20 years. We love and fully support the ideals of the ELZ and the Environmental Living Zone. Our property has non-conforming rights, as do 24 other blocks in the Bend. We have a dog, 2 horses, about 50 or 60 kangaroos, 3 wombats, 2 echidnas. The wombat lives under the deck, and as of last month, we had a phasagiel that runs across the front of our house. Very lucky. These non-conforming rights are, by law, guaranteed in perpetuity. You know what I'm saying? As long as certain conditions are met. There are some members of this council who are trying to remove those rights. I'm going to read out my dot points because there's too much information, and look, I'll span over when I can. First point is the consultancy survey and the findings are flawed in respect to domestic animals in regards to the Bend of Islands. Dot point 2, the proposed changes by council go way beyond what was even in the Bend of Islands Conservation BICA Association request. Any changes to non-conforming rights will significantly devalue properties and the rights and cause unnecessary stress to us. 4, these changes are just another attempt by a minority to force the majority of residents of the Bend of Islands into conforming to what the minority see is the correct version of the Bend of Islands. I'll go on to dot point 1, the consultancy survey and how it was flawed. The only question in the survey was, do you support the development of animal controls and the local laws? Yes or no? The question should have been about the multitude of changes put forward by council, not a blanket yes or no. On graph 4 and 5 of the consultancy document, there appears a claim that 75% or 109 respondents residents supported in the Bend of Islands supported the change to the law. I'm going to quickly scoot through an analysis. There were 35 respondents who commented that domestic animals should be allowed if they have existing rights to do so. 13 respondents stated they support the BICA submission. However, the BICA submission reference dates 4th of 12th, 21 makes no reference to removing non-conforming rights.
Sorry, Wayne, we're at time. Do you have a summary?
All right. So basically we've got, in regard to that, we have 6 respondents against any animals in the Bend of Islands and 135 other respondents that make no mention of modifying non-conforming rights. And somehow it's made it into the council. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne. Questions? Any councillors have questions for Wayne at this point? Councillor Regan.
The same question I asked the previous submitter. You are a resident, so you've answered that. Do you know how many members of BICA are residents?
No, I don't, because I'm not a member of BICA. I have, in a previous life, I was a security intelligence analysis for the Department of Defence, and I have some way of working these things out from social media posts. I would suggest that the claim that they have 70% of the population of the Bend of Islands is ludicrous. As of last census 2016, there were 310 people who reside in the Bend of Islands. If you look at the number of posts that are submitted in support, if you go back to the survey that was there was probably about 40 that supported BICA and what its aims were. Now, 40 of 300 doesn't equate to 70%. That's just my opinion.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Perkins.
Wayne, I've struggled with this whole thing for a while. You know, the concept of extinguishing non-conforming rights or extinguishing any rights by local law. But what I've been most interested in is really what's the opinion of those 24 properties? Have you got any idea of what percentage? Because we're shown percentage we see it to be overwhelming support if we read the report on face value for the proposed laws, but the overwhelming majority aren't affected by these laws. It's those 24 properties who would lose their non-conforming rights.
And I think the point that you're making, at law, we have these rights. And the fact of the matter is, the council is suggesting that that the rights will die or finish with the death of the animal. Well, the rights are actually attached to the land, not the owner. Okay, so they exist to forever until there's a change of law. So, get back to your question. I would suggest that if you owned a property within the Bend of Islands and you bought it like I did 20 years ago because, hey, I've got 10 acres, I can run 2 horses and I can have a dog. If you take that right away, your valuation of your property will drop by about 10 to 15%. My wife works in real estate, and that's the conservative. So for value of our place, which is approximately 1.2 million, if we took away those rights to have those animals, a lot of people, especially the fact we can have 2 horses, that's going to drop our house value significantly. But again, I say to you what I said before, we love the Bend of Islands and we support nearly everything that BICA does, but there are some things that there is a lot of overreach.
One of the things that a previous submitter spoke to was his belief that the exercise of the non-conforming rights is becoming lesser and lesser over time. Is that your experience? And if it is, why does council need to bring in these local laws?
Well, you mentioned you mentioned the previous speaker and was talking about how that the Bend of Islands is this exemplary example of how it's meant to be done. Well, it's been doing it with people with non-conforming rights for 40 years. So I'm not exactly sure how we're going to make it better by removing animals, etc., that have been there that entire time. Again, I don't wish to speak. I won't speak for anybody else. I would also add that certain elements of BICA have a reputation for intimidating people, and one of the common things that I've received when reaching out to other people is that they do not want to put their head up for fear of intimidation by BICA.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you. Thanks for your submission. Okay, we have Robin Duff to speak.
Thanks for the opportunity to address the committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bend of Islands Conservation Association, BICA. And I'm speaking in support of the much more detailed BICA submission that BICA has made. I'm a member of the BICA Planning Committee. BICA really wants to thank Council for proposing this draft local law, and I should point out to Wayne and others that BICA did not propose this law. It came from councillors and from Council. However, the council officers have told us that it will make it cleaner and easier for council to continue to protect and preserve the unique ecology of this special area. This environmental living zone was established in 1976 for a particular purpose, and it's very special. It's a residential pocket of bushland. It's 634 hectares in one of the most livable shires in Australia, and yet it retains much of its original intact flora and fauna. It's like a national park, as people have said, except it's got residents. And by and large, people who live there and at the Bend of Islands are passionate about this. BICA has as its members 70% of landowners, and I can give you the numbers of this. Now we're talking about landholders, okay? There are 133 landholders in the Bend of Islands, and BICA has as its members 93, and tomorrow there is a BICA meeting where 2 new landholders are applying for membership, and I would assume that they will be approved at the meeting. BICA keeps a register of members. There is a fee to be a member of BICA, and it has to go to a committee meeting where someone is approved as a member. So at the moment they hold 70% of landowners in the area. In addition to that, BICA has a lot of residents of the area who are renters in the area as members. So there is a larger proportion of people living in the area who are members of BICA than just landholders. The community has worked extremely hard from its inception, and they continue today. They've consulted, argued, fought, collaborated and partnered to keep this area as a tract of relatively pristine bushland. The environmental significance of the area makes it a special element in the Shire's Green Wedge, and where it's located in the wildlife corridor from Kinglake National Park to Warrandyte State Park, and the Bend of Islands sits in the middle there. I've read the submissions made to Council. There are commonalities in the submissions as well as a range of points of view. Some people want dogs and some people want to plant whatever they like, but the majority support the current planning provisions and this draft local law. The significant majority of people who live in the area have chosen to live here and chosen not to have pets because they support this unique area.
Robin,
want
we're
to
at
protect
time.
the wildlife.
Yeah.
Mm.
We're at time. Thank you so much for your submission. Councillors, any questions for Robin? Councillor Perkins.
Robin, when you said the majority support the current planning arrangements, is it fair to say that the people with non-conforming rights, 24?
No, there are not 24. I just also wanted to correct that. And I thought that the council officers should have a non-conforming use right register, but the last time I saw it, it had 14 properties on it, and 2 of those have since relinquished their rights. So I think that there are 12. The thing is that one of the other points that Wayne said is that the rights stay forever. Well, they don't. Under Victorian law, the rights lapse if they're not used for 2 years. So some people have said, okay, they've moved into the area, they have rights, and they've let them lapse for 2 years and said, I'm going to relinquish my dog right or my cat right.
Yeah, so I understand that's a point of contention. It's probably a legal argument that will be decided judicial review somewhere else, probably. But of those 12 blocks with non-conforming rights, are any of those people members of BICA?
They have been in the past. Yes, they are. There's one I can see there that is, yes.
Is that person supportive of council's local law?
Yes.
Right. They still have a dog?
They're relinquishing their right.
Right.
Mm.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Hi, thank you, Robin. I'm just curious as to how somebody would relinquish their rights. Do they do that by notifying council to say that they don't want those rights anymore?
Rose is nodding in the background there, I think, and that has happened in the past, that they have contacted council and said, I don't want to have the right anymore. There was a house on Henley Road with a cat, and they did it a couple of years ago. There's a house in Catani Boulevard that has a right for a dog, and they have approached council and said that they didn't want to have it anymore.
Right, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from councillors? No, in that case, Robin, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for about 15 odd pages of submissions. The first is from James Jim Goodwin. We do not support the change. In general, we support the rules regarding the environmental living zone. However, changing the zoning management to a local law gives the local government the powers to fine people as they see fit. We cannot support this change as the local government could potentially abuse this right and use the powers as a revenue-generating exercise, as is sometimes the case. On a number of occasions, we have engaged local tradesmen to undertake work on our premises, and the tradesmen have frequently arrived on site with the dog used as protection for their vehicle and tools of trade. In this instance, we or the tradesman could be served with a fine should the laws be changed. We would also like to point out that some residents in the Bend of Islands already have dogs with no impact whatsoever to the environment. It is our opinion that there are current processes in place by application of the zoning laws to enforce governance procedures should the need warrant enforcement as included in a real estate section 32. Availability of enforcement via a local law may make petty infringements too easy to become subject to fines. We also believe that there are numerous other issues in the Nillumbik Shire that need to be addressed, more importantly than the creation of the suggested local law for the Bend of Islands, such as the issue of culling or shooting of kangaroos. We refer to an article in the April 2022 edition of the Warrandyte Diary, page 9, where the Victorian Kangaroo Alliance draw attention to the senseless culling of kangaroos that are injured, not killed, and left to die in inhumane death. Many of these kangaroos have joeys in the mother's pouch alive and left to die unless rescued, more often than not by fluke. So in summary, no, we do not support this change. If the council does wish to enhance their powers with regards to zoning laws, we believe that there should be some trade-off regarding the regulations for the Bend of Islands, in that we would totally support cats being prohibited from the Bend of Islands and more freedom allowance to have other animals such as dogs and hooved animals restricted to, say, horses and llamas, etc., not sheep, cows and other farming animals. Carefully managing these animals would not impact the environment and in fact may actually improve the grounds. James Goodwin. The next submission is from Alan Bonney. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Apologies for not presenting in person. I'm a long-term resident owner in Bend of Islands, moving here in 1992. I am an ongoing active member of Bend of Islands Conservation Association since moving to the area. About 70% of the community are financial members of ABICA. I support the SUZ2 zoning and purchased here because of the unique residential natural park lifestyle it provides. Almost all owners in the area have purchased since the implementation of the zoning. The response provided many diverse comments. A lot of the comments are not relevant to the local law being considered. Those should not influence this process. My understanding is that the proposed law does not change the SUZ2 planning scheme, but provides a management tool for council officers to administer the planning scheme. This I support. This law is about the Bend of Islands and the Bend of Islands only. It does not impact or affect the broader Nillumbik community. The 130 responses from Bend of Island residents is an indication of the community passion. The support for development of the local law is overwhelming at 75.9%. I ask that councillors support the Bend of Islands community by implementing a local law that supports the SUZ2 zone. Thanks for listening. Alan Bonney. Moving on to Carol Bonney. 1992 was the year for change from suburbia to the bush. The purchase of 6 acres in the Bend of Islands was a dream come true. A special zone that meant the area would be safe from subdivision and also didn't permit dogs or cats or grazing, along with other measures to protect the area. The other discovery was a like-minded community dedicated to the protection of the flora and fauna. Residents that had an animal or grazing right prior to the implementation of the zone were accommodated with a non-conforming use right. I understand that this proposed local law does not change the SUZ2 planning scheme. It also only affects the Bend of Islands. 75% of the 130 residents that responded support the proposed local law. I ask that this local law be implemented, thereby supporting the Bend of Islands community and the SUZ2. Yours sincerely, Carol Bonney. We move on to Sally Dynan. I object to the draft local laws for Bend of Islands. The proposed laws have moved to a further extreme than SUZ2. People bought their properties in this area with the understanding of the SUZ2. The draft local laws are opportunistic. The new laws would have social, health and mental health implications for residents. As an example, some residents have non-conforming pet permits attached to their address. The new law proposes that this permit would cease upon the death of that pet. The SUZ2 did not place this expiry. This can have marked impacts on the valuation of that property, which the owner would have paid more for in the beginning due to having the pet permit. This is not fair. Will council compensate for such financial loss? The local laws should be a verbatim copy of the SUZ2. The SUZ2 has served the area well, protecting the environment, flora and fauna. Why must such extreme local laws now be implemented? Regarding the proposal for banning of recreational vehicles and even toys, this seems extreme. Why could a child not use a motorised toy car on their own driveway? Some people are less able-bodied and may use four-wheel bikes with a small trailer to move stuff around their property. These are large properties that do require some maintenance. Motorbikes can be used as a method of servicing one's property. Once again, there is no mention of this in SUZ2. Provision should be made for chickens for eggs for personal use in line with the kitchen garden. Residents have kept chickens for decades. Therapy animals should have the same rights in the Bend as they would in another part of society. I'm saddened to hear of people being approached with their therapy animal. The proposal of random inspections is also extreme and a violation of personal privacy. In review of the rules, I'm not disputing the current SUZ2 rules, as they have served their purpose in maintaining the flora and fauna of the Bend. I'm however disputing the new local laws that have taken this a step too far and do not seem to take into account the social and mental health outcomes of residents in this environmental living zone. Thanks for your time. We move on to Ross and Christine Henry. Dear councillors, we write in defence of the present laws governing domestic cats and dogs in the Bend of Islands. We've been residents in the BOI for 44 years. In that time, we have built our home and raised a family. We have observed and have become gradually more and more aware of our surroundings, the indigenous flora and fauna and its fragility, its susceptibility to invasive weeds and animals. We have very few incursions of pest animals, and the diversity of our bush has remained relatively rich and stable through this period. The local community understand that if we permitted cats and dogs into this very special area, the impact would be devastating. The mammals and birds are just not savvy to these hunters. It's imperative that this restrictive law stays in place. Otherwise, our environmental living zone will be degraded and transformed to just another piece of typically disturbed kangaroo ground bush. It may have been suggested that the cat will always be inside and my dog will always be on a lead. This could be the best intention of the present owners. However, this will not always be the case and will be very difficult to control in the future. We should not take this risk for the benefit of a few. Many of those requesting this change have not had the benefit of living in the area long enough to comprehend the environmental balance of the Bend of Islands. They also have not made the effort to become aware. Yours sincerely, Ross and Christine Henry. Now, John and Megan McCallum. When we bought and moved into the Bend of Islands in the late 1960s, there was an opportunity to live in the bush, surrounded by native plants and animals in a relatively pristine environment. We and our like-minded neighbours identified aspects of the way we could live that would allow the maintenance of this bushland while allowing for residential use of the land. With goodwill on both sides, these ideas became established in the Shire of Healesville's planning scheme as the environmental living zone. This endured when the Bend of Islands became part of the Shire of Nillumbik. We no longer live in the Bend of Islands. As we got older, we needed to move into a place where our changing needs could be met, but we still have a strong connection to the place where we lived for 40 years. We look back fondly on the opportunities that living in the ELZ gave us and would be devastated to learn that all that experience and commitment were to be lost. We support the submission by Biker on the proposed local law. The ELZ can and should endure. Then we have Nathan White. I object to the draft local laws for Bend of Islands. The proposed laws have moved to a further extreme than the SUZ2. People bought their properties in this area with the understanding of SUZ2. The draft local laws are opportunistic. The new laws would have social, health and mental health implications for residents. As an example, some residents have non-conforming pet permits attached to their address. The new law proposes that this permit would cease upon the death of that pet. The SUZ2 stipulates that the permit continues for that address as long as the resident keeps that specific species of animal. This can have marked impacts on the valuation of the property, which the owner would have paid more for in the beginning due to having the pet permit. This is unreasonable. The local laws should be the same rules as the current SUZ2, not a bunch of new extreme rules. The SUZ2 has served the area well, protected the environment, flora and fauna. It is unreasonable for one postcode to have a bunch of new and unsustainable rules thrown upon it. Regarding the proposal for banning of recreational vehicles and even toys, it seems extreme. To ban motorised toys is unfair on local children. Some people may use four-wheel bikes with a small trailer to move stuff around the property. For example, removing and loading Bergen. These are large properties that do require maintenance. Motorbikes can be used as a method of servicing the property. Once again, there is no mention of this in SUZ2. The ban to keeping a couple of chooks, once again extreme. Therapy animals should and their owners should not feel ostracised by local or draconian laws. The proposal of random inspections is very concerning as a human rights violation. This is an environmental living zone, not a national park, and the SUZ2 rules and their long history are sufficient in maintaining local flora and fauna. The proposed local laws are extreme and will have detrimental psychological and wellness impacts on those trying to live here. Thank you. To Rudy Pauly. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to have my say. I've been living in the Bend of Islands for over 20 years and was drawn to the Bend for the conservation values the area supports. The bushland here is superior in quality and diversity than some national parks, with in excess of 160 species of birds and over 40 orchid species. I think it's probably orchid species. It is during that time that I have come to understand the uniqueness of this area and understand that the bush is not just about gum trees, but the whole ecosystem and understory that supports it. I love animals, and it is important that the wildlife is protected here from dogs and cats. I know growing up with dogs how destructive they can be. We had bushland on the Mornington Peninsula and our dog would kill blue-tongue lizards. Within a year, we never saw another blue-tongue or any other lizards because our dog killed them all. We have many ground-feeding bird species in the Bend of Islands, such as lyrebirds and choughs, which have increased in numbers because they have been protected from predatory animals. They are ground dwellers and don't rely on the tree canopy for survival like other birds. They need to be able to roam free on the forest floor to survive. The residents want the area to be free from dogs, cats and livestock, and that decision should be made by property owners and residents of the Bend of Islands. The local laws only apply to the Bend, and it is important that the Council only consider submissions from people in the Bend, not outsiders. It has the overwhelming support of people living here. Living in the bush, I should say, is very important for my own mental and spiritual well-being. It's my refuge during the recent lockdowns. I survived because of the relationship with the land in the Bend. This relationship is very important and now recognised in a new area of psychology and counselling called forest therapy. Forest therapy describes the therapeutic powers of being in the natural environment. This has a positive effect on your mood, stress level, powers of concentration, and creativity. It has been shown to assist with depression and anxiety. The Bend of Isles is the jewel in the crown of Nillumbik Shire. The area should be protected, as once it's gone, it can never come back. Thanks, Rudy Pauly. Moving on to Sue Grad, to whom it may concern. I've lived in the Bend of Islands for 21 years, and one of the main reasons that I chose to live in this area is the protection that is given to the preservation of the area via the Environmental Living Zone planning overlays and the elements of the local laws that prohibit the ownership of domestic pets. The ELZ is a very special place, and the local laws that protect it are unique. It must be preserved. When buying my house in the Bend of Islands, I made it my personal responsibility to conduct due diligence and find out about the restrictions of this area before making my house purchase, which I believe is the responsibility of every potential buyer to do. After investigating the regulations and local laws of the Bend of Islands, I made an informed decision to live in this special area with the full understanding that in doing so, I would not be able to have any domestic pets. Although I am an animal lover and I grew up always having domestic pets in my family home, I was prepared to make the commitment to the local laws that prohibit livestock and pets, as I understood that the local laws are one of the main things that would preserve this very special area in which I had chosen to live. The Bend of Islands is indeed a unique area with a vast diversity of flora and fauna in an area that is tucked away and yet relatively close to the suburbs. It's a peaceful haven on the Yarra River, and its future as an important conservation area is dependent on the maintenance of the local laws that afford it protection. If these local laws were to be changed or diminished in any way, this unique area would be changed irreparably. I've chosen to live in this area and bring my children up in the Bend of Islands as it is a unique place full of a wide variety of flora and fauna. It is a peaceful haven on the Yarra River, and it is vital that its conservation is maintained. The prohibition of cats and dogs in the area allows the native wildlife and bird life to flourish. In the Bend of Islands, it is quite common to see wallabies, echidnas, wombats, lizards, and a vast number of different species of birds. I'm certain that many of these species would disappear if livestock and domestic cats were allowed. It is vital that Council maintains the local laws that prevent livestock and domestic pets in the Bend of Islands and only consider the submissions of the current residents and property owners of the Bend of Islands. Those who do not live in the area have no right to make comments about the area in which they do not live. The vast majority of residents in the Bend of Islands are living here because they love it as it is and do not wish it to change. We want the Bend of Islands to be maintained as it is for our children to enjoy into the future. Thank you, Sue Grad. Moving on to Jarrah Pauly. Dear listeners, I'm a 14-year-old resident in the Bend of Islands who has come to love the place because of its beauty and uniqueness. It is something so special, so close to suburbia, and I intend for it to stay that way. I'm an avid bird watcher who has become interested in such a hobby through the environment that the Bend of Islands offers. We run monthly bird surveys throughout the Bend to project a long-term image of how the bird life in the area is going. Most months, in our 3 to 4 hour survey, we record 40 to 50 species. My dad and I also record the birds that we see at our house each month. We will often count 50 species, with our highest count being 64. Many of these species come to the Bend to escape hunters, introduced predators like dogs and cats, and many of the other problems that suburbia can cause for our wildlife. It can be seen that in nearby reserves that have dogs and cats living nearby, the numbers of birds are substantially lower. Nevertheless, it is not just the birds. I will often see mammals, reptiles, and monotremes on my walks. I love these as well, the echidnas, sometimes hard to spot but often will not notice that you are watching. Wombats waddling along through the bush like a duck with their unmistakable trudge. The blue-tongued lizards, their bright blue tongues startling yet majestic. I was even lucky enough to see a lace monitor outside the window one time. The introduction of feral species to the Bend of Islands will have devastating consequences on not only the bird life, but many other species that call this wonderful place home. Jarrah Pauly, age 14. Moving on to Gavin Masters. We want the law to continue prohibiting the keeping of domestic pets, including dogs and cats, and domestic livestock within the area of Bend of Islands, BOI, to protect and preserve the unique ecology of the area. We relocated to the BOI in 2008, knowing full well the rules and regulations of living in the environmental living zone. It continues to astound me that we as a society continually and persistently behave in a manner akin to a virus. We invade an environment to change it to something that suits us and not the flora and fauna. The BOI is an area surrounded on all sides by suburbs where domestic pets are able to be kept, and yet here we are, attempting to wipe out the sanctuary that the environmental living zone has become. This place is an island where remnant fauna continue to survive and wander freely in their bushland. Have we as a society become so arrogant that we must take it away? We sit deciding that it is more important to have a dog or a cat to keep us company to have fun with. What will happen when our pet encounters a snake or kangaroo? The pet won't be at fault, more likely the wild animal, and highly unlikely the owner who introduced the pet to the bushland. Australia's fauna has a place. Let this place, where they are able to wander without interference, because like us, Australia's wildlife also enjoys freedom. We support the removal of a pet permit once the current registered animal is deceased or if the property changes hands. This is a grandfathering clause and should not be exploited to undermine the wider aims of the environmental living zone. In every other part of Nillumbik, people are able to keep pets. This small area where we live is special and different and should be allowed to stay that way. Moving on to Pierre Noirjean. Dear Chairperson, I have been a resident of the Bend of Islands for more than 40 years. I support the proposed local law. I have a commitment to be respectful of our environment and wildlife. I see it as a very small concession and great benefit not to have dogs, cats and livestock in our small area of Nillumbik Shire. As you may be aware, we are surrounded by hobby farmers. The people of the Bend of Islands are united as a community because we care about protecting the land. Indeed, we need support from Council to continue saving our special area so our wildlife can be free and safe from predators. One important question, why do we have to fight in this turbulent world to conserve and be responsible for our environment? Regards, Pierre Noirjean. Caroline Cardaci, dear Chairperson, I have lived in the Bend of Islands since 1983. I moved here because of the beauty and the environment and the large number of birds, animals and other wildlife that live so close to us. Hearing birds singing, seeing them flying into our bird baths, watching kangaroos, wallabies and sometimes echidnas from the window are pleasures I am constantly grateful for. Visitors from the suburbs and overseas marvel at this good fortune and also take delight from what the Bend of Islands has. There is frequent pressure to weaken the protections that our wildlife have. It is very important to provide this safe haven where they are protected, respected and free from threat from predators. Regards, Caroline Cardaci. On to John Roberts. I've been a property owner at the Bend of Islands since 1971 and resident from 1976. My principal motivation was residential conservation. The development of the environmental living zone was an integral part of achieving the unique conservation values of the area. One of the many emblematic features of the ELZ is that it gave voice to the necessity to control domestic animals. Decades later, the destructive nature of dogs and cats is even better understood and their exclusion is more universally accepted as an essential tool in wildlife conservation. Any diminution of these controls would be a retrograde step and undermine the integrity of the conservation principles and practices in the Bend of Islands. I support the biker submission. Julie Martindale. I am a property owner since 2016 in the Bend of Islands. I support the draft new BOI local law. Most of what is being proposed in relation to the keeping of domestic animals or livestock is already contained within the existing Schedule 2 to the Nillumbik Shire Council SUZ2 planning scheme under Clause 2, use of land. In general, there is nothing new being proposed apart from an additional clause, Clause E, relating to assistance animals and some changes to the current NCUR provisions, Clause F. I support a sunset provision in Clause F. I believe this was the intent of the original planning scheme when the ELZ was established some 40 years ago, to allow for animals where they already existed, but with a gradual phasing out over time as properties were sold or animals died or were no longer actually inhabiting the land, in the case of dry sheep equivalents. What is being proposed to me is a practical solution to an historical anomaly. 6 years ago, when I bought my property, the advice I received from Council about my NCUR was that if no dog was registered for 2 years, then the NCUR would expire. No problem. The fact that I had an NCUR was definitely not a selling point. Rather, the significant factor was the existence of the environmental living zone and the fact that a tiny, unique area of land, surrounded on all sides by regular land users, was protected. So in recent times, it's been distressing to see the destruction of wildlife caused by a single domestic cat allowed to roam freely within the BOI. People who buy property in the BOI are or should be well aware of the SUZ2 as it is included in the Section 32 statement as part of any property sale. I know of people who have consciously decided not to purchase because they have a domestic pet and others who choose not to occupy their new property until the old dog dies. The BOI is a tiny jewel in the crown of the much larger residential, recreational, agricultural land area in Nillumbik, and that is the valuable selling point. Please act to support the objectives of the SUZ2. Julie Martindale. Moving on to Frank Pearce. I moved to the Bend of Islands in 1982. The main attraction was the opportunity to live in an undisturbed natural environment that was provided by the unique planning provisions for the area. I also found a diverse, vibrant community with a unifying passion to preserve the special environment where we live. As an active member of the Bend of Islands Conservation Association, I have been involved in community, environmental and planning issues since 1982. I support the draft Bend of Islands local law because it will facilitate council's management to prevent the devastating effects that domestic pets can have on native wildlife. There is much scientific documentation to support this, such as the effects of dogs on wildlife communities, which can be accessed at the following website. It is important that there are no changes to the current wording of the planning scheme provisions for the area, SEZ2, as this forms the basis of the protection of the local environment consistent with residential occupation. I've read all the submissions on this issue, and whilst noting the overwhelming support by the majority of the residents, I'm concerned at the upset caused to residents with legitimate existing animal rights as listed in the Bend of Islands Animal Register that is managed by the Shire as per Clause 2 of the SEZ2 provisions. This upset could be avoided by slightly amending the draft legislation, I think, so that the expiration of legitimate animal rights as listed in the Bend of Islands Animal Register would be managed as per Clause 63.06 in the VPP, expiration of existing use rights. This amendment would continue the management system developed as a result of much scrutiny by many planners and authorities that has been in place for 40 plus years. It gives security to the residents with animal rights while allowing for these rights to expire as new owners with more conservation focus move into the area over time. Council should only consider these submissions from property owners and residents of the BOI as this local law only affects them. Frank Pearce. We have Janet Matisk. I live in the Bend of Islands and chose to come here in 1978 specifically because this piece of bushland was being protected by a unique set of planning rules designed to protect the environmentally rich flora and fauna species of the area. The key difference to other residential conservation areas is that by not allowing domestic animals, our native species thrive without disturbance. I have actively worked with our community to promote, protect and maintain the integrity of the rich biodiversity of this place. I support the proposed local law, which will assist Council to effectively enforce our planning provisions, which have supported a successful endeavour for over 40 years. Please consider this local law as it affects only our local property owners. Janet Matisk. Moving on to Glenys Bibra. Dear Manager, Bend of Islands local law. As an owner and resident at 497 Skyline Road, Bend of Islands, I'm writing to advise on my appreciation of the value of this unique area where I live. As you have stated, the Bend of Islands has significant environmental conservation values. I've been a resident of the area since the late 1970s and chose to live here because of the respect for conservation within which initially led to the ELZ and now Nillumbik planning scheme, which include provisions aimed at protecting its values. In particular, controls relating to not keeping of animals and pets, which allows the local indigenous wildlife to remain without threats from outside predators. As the Council is reviewing its local laws, I must emphasise that it is imperative that any changes must only be stronger to prevent the keeping of pets and livestock in the Bend of Islands, and that no new pets or livestock should be permitted at any property, including those who have prior rights to keep pets after the existing animals pass away. It is wonderful to live in an area without the sound of barking dogs, and this is a result of the current strong planning laws. Any proposed change to make the local law more effective and equitable to uphold and apply the restrictions will be welcomed if it enables the Council to take action quickly to enforce the restrictions. It will be appreciated when an unacceptable event occurs that the Council can respond immediately to, use warnings or fines rather than relying on the court system like VCAT. This local law only affects the Bend of Islands residents, and so it is important that Council only consider submissions from property owners and residents in the Bend of Islands. I support any change to make the local law more effectively achieve the intent of these restrictions to keep the area free of any animal that poses a threat to this unique and sensitive area in which we are privileged to choose to live. Yours sincerely, Glenys Bibra. And on to D. Lucas. I'm an owner-occupier who has lived in the Bend of Islands since 2009. I fully support the draft Bend of Islands local law. When looking to buy a property, what attracted me to Bend of Islands, apart from the strong sense of community and the natural beauty of the area, was that keeping the domestic animals and livestock is prohibited. Being able to enjoy the sounds of nature, including the river, without barking dogs, howling cats, honking geese, and crowing roosters is definitely a plus. In the Nillumbik Planning Scheme, Schedule 2 to the Special Use Zone, SUZ2, states, among other things, the following purposes: to maintain and enhance the positive environmental qualities of the landscape, native flora, native fauna, and to protect and thus prevent damage to natural systems, to prevent threats to flora and fauna and the amenity of the zone which might be caused by domestic pets, feral animals, or by the grazing of livestock, to conserve the quality of soil resources, watercourse capacity so as not to prejudice the natural ecosystem, to maintain the acceptable air quality and noise levels in the zone. The introduction of the draft Bend of Islands local law will support the purpose of the planning scheme. Prohibiting all domestic animals and livestock, including poultry, will benefit the local ecosystems, protecting local native wildlife and preserve the amenity of the area. As this is a local law only affecting Bend of Islands and its residents, one hopes that the committee's decision will not be influenced by those who reside outside the area. I fully support the draft Bend of Islands local law and commend NSC for putting it forward. D. Lucas, Bend of Islands. We have Joe Henry and Dylan Osler. Dear Nillumbik councillors, we're writing in relation to council's proposal to strengthen the current local laws within the Environmental Living Zone, ELZ, in the Bend of Islands. We strongly believe in the environmental laws that protect this significant area within Nillumbik Shire. The ELZ should be maintained and protected at all cost. We've lived in the Bend of Islands as a family for 25 years and we're attracted to move here due to the high conservation values of the area. We feel very privileged to live in this special area, surrounded by Indigenous flora and fauna on the banks of the Yarra. This pocket of bushland is currently protected from domestic dogs and cats, providing refuge for so many birds and animals. If our current law of no cats and no dogs were to be removed, it would endanger the abundance and the populations of significant fauna species, such as the vulnerable brush-tailed phascogale. We feel very frustrated that there may be people who have recently moved into the area and try and change the laws and rules that have been standing for more than 40 years. Yours sincerely, Joe Henry and Dylan Osler. On to Ben van Donkelaar. Dear Sir Madam, I write in response to Nillumbik Council's proposal to implement local laws to impose controls and restrictions over residents of Bend of Islands. As a current resident of Bend of Islands, I unequivocally oppose the use of local government to exercise any form of localised law over the activities of property owners. After 2 years marked by overreach by government and bureaucrats, Nillumbik Council would do well to employ a strategy that seeks individuals to cooperate voluntarily rather than impose an additional raft of rules. At risk is opposition to rules that interfere in a manner that lacks reasonableness, necessity, justification and proportionality with the property owner's right to own and use their property. With the world focus on climate change, reducing carbon footprints, rising cost of living, projections of world food shortages and the need for sustainability, there should be absolutely no local government barriers towards any efforts of self-sufficiency in food production by way of growing fruit, vegetables, herbs and family-scale poultry. Another aspect of climate change is an increasing threat of bushfire risk. Mitigation practices undertaken to limit bushfire disaster risks prevalent in dry eucalypt forest areas such as the Bend of Islands should encourage limiting fire hazards, encompassing removal of excessive debris and encouraging establishment of fire-resistant and fire-retardant plantings that contribute elements of increased moisture content, lower surface and air temperature and low flammability. Such plantings are successful at combating ember attack and are useful at slowing the pace of a fire. These practices contribute to the objective of reducing the risk of the irreversible damage caused by the extreme temperatures which accompany bushfires. Evidence of a healthy ecosystem, a critical underpinning of healthy people, is not dependent on a novel concept such as Indigenous exclusivity. A healthy ecosystem is dependent on biological diversity and organic activity. The existence of a bustling environment of microorganisms, insects, reptiles, birds and mammals should be a primary focus. Arbitrary notions of Indigenous planting does not equate to the bigger picture of a greener planet. Lastly, a call for caution. With an ever-increasing objective of exercising narrow and capricious control over others, the Bend of Islands Conservation Association have become renowned for their practices of ostracisation. The use of the terminology non-conformist by this group is brutal and signifies the absolute lack of tolerance exercised by a minority but vocal group. The purported representation of 70% of Bend of Islands residents is implausible, with harassment a widespread advocated activity. Targeting those deemed unacceptable to their way of thinking, these troublemakers seek to make life difficult, stressful and intolerable. I call for Nillumbik Council to disallow any advocacy by Bend of Islands Conservation Association, and I strongly disagree with their submission to Council. Yours sincerely, Benjamin van Donkelaar. Moving on to Toby Henry. Dear Officer, I've lived in the Bend of Islands as an adult for 15 years and spent my early childhood here also, following echidnas and wombats surrounded by the local wildlife. I feel fortunate to live amongst Indigenous animals in this pristine area of Bend of Islands. The introduction of cats and dogs here would drastically change the fauna. We are fortunate to see the vulnerable brush-tailed phascogale and the special animal, amongst others, would not survive with the presence of dogs and cats. I feel saddened that this law rule has been requested to change. Please allow this special area to continue to thrive. Kind regards, Toby. Christine Cummings and Tim Heath, a late submission. We would like to register our support for draft Bend of Islands local law. We came to the Bend of Islands from South Yarra on the 14th of April last year and have enjoyed the rich life that we are making here. When we bought our place, we were aware and fully agreed with the environmental living zone and the rules of living in this very special part of Melbourne. We chose to make a significant lifestyle change, committing ourselves to making our best personal efforts to actively understand, rehabilitate and preserve the environment in this time of climate emergency, while enjoying the beautiful habitat and community that is the very important part of the Green Wedge Nillumbik Council area of Melbourne. We both feel that this is a privileged period in our lives, living in such an interesting and relatively intact forest area of the state, and for that matter, the country. We understand that this area was hard fought for by generations of astute and committed residents. It's quite evident that the cultural and climate changes we are all experiencing in 2022 highlight the enormous efforts of the Bend of Islands community in the past, with the support of courageous and intelligent local councils and state governments over the years, has resulted in a place of huge significance to the health and survival to the indigenous wildlife and flora of the area. This has national significance and we are overjoyed to be a tiny part of it. We were totally surprised to find out that there are people who have pets here. When we moved in here, we were totally aware and accepted the rules of the area. We both feel that the council must solidify and honour the rules ELZ by creating this law, which will firmly demark the wonderful suburbs of the Green Wedge, where pets are allowed, and take this as a rare opportunity to restore and maintain the Indigenous environment. We implore the council to move ahead with reasonable laws to prohibit the destructive importation of threatened non-Indigenous animals and plants into the Bend of Islands. Christine Cummings and Tim Heath. Good grief. Anyone like me to read that again? Thank you both. All right.
Chair, can I just ask a question of the officer through you? Is that
yes, I guess you can.
Just a question for Rosa. Rosa, there seemed to be a theme running through many of the submissions that there's concern out there that Council's proposing to change the existing local laws or somehow take away some of the, the powers that are in the current planning scheme. Can you talk to that? Like, is there any existing local laws that regulate the keeping of domestic animals in the Bend of Isles?
Through the chair, no, there is no local law. This local law was proposed to mirror the existing planning scheme provisions, to, I guess, put in place existing controls that would be exactly the same as those controls that affect those that don't have the existing use right provisions at the moment.
So it's fair to say that fairly widespread concern that Council is looking to dilute the current arrangements is just not founded on fact.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a mover for the recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Ramtran.
Yes, I'd like to move that the committee, acting under delegation from Council, 1, acknowledges and notes the 165 submissions in attachments 3 and 4 from stakeholders and community members who provided feedback on the draft Bend of Islands local law. 2, considers the feedback contained in the submissions and this report during further review and finalisation of the local laws. 3, acknowledges presentations to the committee. 4, receives a report at a future council meeting to consider next steps. 5, resolves the confidential, unredacted copy of the written submissions to the draft Bend of Islands local law in attachment 4 remain confidential on the grounds specified in the definition of confidential information in section 31F of the Local Government Act 2020. And 6, thanks the submitters for providing the committee with feedback on this important document.
Thank you, Councillor Ramtran. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Ramtran, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Payne. And look, there have been a number of questions raised throughout this discussion. I think a number of misunderstandings of what's going on here. And I think Rosa summed it up perfectly before when she said that this is designed to mirror what's in the current planning scheme. To answer a question that I think Councillor Perkins asked before, about when the SUZ came in, the SUZ covers all properties in the Bend of Islands. There's absolutely no provision in the planning scheme for existing properties to be excluded. It is a zone, and when you've got a zone in the planning scheme, every property in that zone is covered by the rules of the zone. So the rules of the special use zone say that you can't have pets, and that's a rule that's applied across the whole of the Bend of Islands. There is until now, there has been an existing use rights register, a non-conforming use rights register, which has allowed a number of properties to keep pets. And Robin brought that in, I think she had a copy of it on the table when she was speaking, and that showed the 12 properties that have those non-conforming use rights. The way the laws, the reason we've drafted this law is not to create a new regulation, it's actually to fix up a loophole. Where we've had legal advice that some of the rules in the planning scheme and the way that we currently administer that non-conforming use rights register, it's not entirely legally enforceable. So by creating this, and that's not something we knew before. Until now, we've been working on the assumption that the non-conforming use rights register is the list of people who are allowed to have pets there, and if you don't have a pet for 2 years, then you lose that right to have a pet, which is exactly how non-conforming use rights work in the planning scheme. And we've been working on that assumption up until now. Recent legal advice has said that that isn't exactly how it works, and we need to duplicate that into our local law to ensure that it's properly enforceable. And that's what we're seeking to do here. I think some of the concerns that people have raised about the way that the draft law will extinguish use rights, I think they're valid, and I think it's true that the draft law has been written in a way that doesn't perfectly mirror the planning scheme, where the planning scheme, we thought, said, or the planning scheme effectively says that if you stop having a pet for 2 years, then you lose the right to have your pet. The local law goes one step further and says as soon as your pet dies, you lose the right to have that pet. There's certainly the option to rewrite that clause of the local law in order to make it 2 years, so that we're giving people that 2-year window in which to readopt another pet before that right expires, and that way we would be able to move ahead with this, close up the loophole, duplicate exactly what has been in the planning scheme, what we've been practicing all these years, and really improve officers' ability to enforce that, because currently the legal advice is that it's not enforceable through the planning scheme and needs to be in a local law, even though that's the way we've been enforcing it all this time. So with a slight change of wording to the local law, it would be possible to move ahead and keep things exactly the way they have been all these years, ever since the special use zone came in, except that we would be, I guess legally, we'd be covered in a way that we haven't been covered until now. So yeah, they're the two options really with this, that we could either keep it the way it is, and that would extinguish people's existing use rights much more quickly, or we can reword that local law slightly in order to keep things the way they are, but just use it as a legal backup so that we don't find that we can't enforce the rules that we have there in our planning scheme. Also, just to mention from the consultation, it really is clear that a heck of a lot of people in Bend of Islands support the Bend of Islands Conservation Association. We saw that shining through in the many submissions that explicitly said, I support the BICA submission. And if you look at the percentage of Bend of Islands residents who support the draft law and support the no pets rule in the planning scheme, 75% of survey respondents responded in support of this draft law. If you exclude the people who don't live in Bend of Islands and only include people who live there in Bend of Islands, that number actually goes up to 80%. So 80% of Bend of Islands residents who responded to the survey support this change. So I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to discuss this and make decisions about which way to go forwards with this. But there are certainly options here, and there is no need to extinguish the existing use rights of people who've had them up until now. But we do need to create this law in order to enable us to enforce what we've been enforcing up until now through our planning scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Rantaran. Councillor Duffy?
Thank you. I'd just like to say that this is an area that I've just noticed how passionate people feel. To have 165 submissions on this topic when we've heard from Robin that there are 133 landholders in the Bend of Islands, which I'm guessing there are probably a few more. I'm not quite sure of the exact number of landholders. 141 properties, right. So, that's amazing to get 165 submissions when there's 145 properties. I would love to see people responding to all of our other calls for feedback with such a high proportion. It's getting late. I'm not going to go on for a long time. I just wanted to say it was really good to hear people with all
Two more people that have stayed.
all positions. So I'll be listening and reviewing and considering how I vote with this. I do think it's important, and it is great to have a conservation area like this, but I am also listening to the existing rights rules that people have and taking that on board too. So I'll stop rambling and get on to the next
Councillor
item.
Egan.
Very, very briefly, just a couple of sentences. I think tonight's shown us all here that there's been a lot of misinterpretation, misunderstandings. A lot of people think that they're supporting something when they're actually not, because it wasn't ever proposed. It's all a little bit of a mess, to be quite honest, and I think it all needs to be clarified. So happy to go with that.
Any other councillor like to speak? Councillor Perkins.
Yes, certainly happy to support the motion, but I agree with Councillor Egan. Clearly, the message that has got out to a lot of people has been confused, or the way they've interpreted the information has been confused. There's a lot of concern about a proposal to change existing local laws, about a proposal to somehow dilute the special use zone, or take away the current provisions, where really what is proposed is very much a strengthening of those provisions, for the benefit of flora and fauna, I think, but probably at the cost of those people that have existing use rights. So it's fair to say that, and it's not surprising that 80% of people who don't have existing use rights support the extinguishment of those existing use rights. Like, why wouldn't they? That's a provision under which they live, their family has grown up in, but that's certainly not the case for those that do have the existing use rights. I think Councillor Amtran talked about some legal advice, which I think suggested that, I could be corrected if I'm wrong, Rosa, but it suggested that those existing use rights stay with the property, and the process where council was extinguishing those existing use rights over time is not legally valid. So it sits on the property, it sits on the title, effectively, like a planning condition. In terms of the local law, I think where I'm heading for it at the moment is if it's possible, supporting it for all those properties in the Bend of Isles that don't have existing use rights. But I'm yet to be convinced that we need to go that extra stretch. Like, it's only been put to us that this is how to make it easier for officers to, effectively extinguish existing use rights, because they've been following a process over so many years that they've recently learned is not legally valid. So I just don't think this thing stacks up. I think the local law, if it's possible, I'm happy to support it for all those properties in the Bend of Isles that aren't covered by the existing use rights. I don't think it's unfair. This happened to me times in the past on council, not the previous council, the one before. I think I was approached by environmental lobby groups that wanted horses banned from rural properties in the Shire. So it's, I think sometimes we go a bit too far. I think we should be supporting the special use zone that exists. If bringing the local law helps to support that for all those properties that don't currently have existing use rights, I'm happy to support that. But if that can't be supported, I don't know that I can go much further in supporting this. It seems to be the granddaddy of
Thank you.
neighbourhood disputes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Any other councillors like to speak? In that case, I will put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? And that motion is carried unanimously, I believe. All right, the next report tonight is the Rec and Leisure Strategy 2020-2030. The council received a number of registration requests from a total of 7 submitters, and the first in person is Linda Cutting. Is Linda here? Is Linda still here? Nope. We'll move down the list to Janice Crosswhite on behalf of Positive Ageing. Yes? Janice is here. Fantastic.
Yes, we should have been at the start. But anyway, thank you for this very late opportunity to speak on behalf of PAC, the Positive Ageing Advisory Committee, to our submission on the Recreation and Leisure Strategy. There are currently 13 members on PAC, representing Eltham, Greensborough, Diamond Creek and Panton Hill. And this is our first combined submission because we feel this is a very important document that affects older people in Nillumbik. Namely because physical activity improves the health and well-being of older people. Being physically active reduces the risk or delays the progression of chronic diseases, some cancers and some forms of dementia. Regular physical activity also improves mental health, maintains muscle strength and flexibility, and reduces the risk of impact of falls, and helps older people to stay independent and connected to community. Maintaining functionality is not only important for being able to live independently, but it also reduces carer burden and impact on healthcare and social care systems. And not many people realise that people who are insufficiently active have a 20 to 30% risk of death compared to people who are sufficiently active. And indeed, older people in Nillumbik are living longer. People over 65 currently represent 16% of our population, but in 15 years, people over 65 are going to represent 24% of the population. We looked at the document in detail, and I'll comment on the different sections of it. In the introduction, we believe there should be a stronger content on defining leisure, particularly as older adults engage in a wide range of leisure activities and not necessarily active, physically sporting type of activities. Furthermore, we made a comment on the list of facilities at the start of the document, and the major stadia are all listed. Missing is the Diamond Creek pool and any mention of trail networks, golf clubs, bowling clubs, tennis courts, netball courts, AFL, cricket, soccer grounds, horse riding clubs and other facilities on council land. And I also noticed that poor Diamond Creek pool is missed out. There is no signage on the main road at Diamond Creek. You've got Coventry Oval and the other oval in the school, but dear old Diamond Creek pool is missing out with its signage. We looked at priority 1, increasing participation and usage of facilities and open space, and we want to divide that into 2 major priorities because they're major points when looking at involvement in sport and recreation and leisure activities. Under each of those headings, we've put in case studies. For example, Australia's first dementia-friendly facility that has been opened at Ballarat, and we would like to see more of our trails look at being dementia-friendly, as this is such an increasing illness in our population. And I see time is over. And the last thing I'll say is that we strongly support a Sport and Recreation Advisory Council. There was one many years ago, and I was on it back in 2004, 5 and 6, and so we recommend that.
Thank you, Janice. And because you're speaking on behalf of Positive Ageing, I don't think we can ask any questions of you, but thank you very much for your submission, which brings us to the last of our in-person submissions, Kath Giles from the Nillumbik Horse Action Group. Didn't they say they were supportive of Bigger but talking about their own thing? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair and councillors, for enduring a long night. I'm here on behalf of the Nillumbik Horse Action Group and speaking on the Reckon Leisure strategy, which we support in general, and its approach to equity, inclusiveness and support for community recreation, leisure and sport is to be commended. It's refreshing to see that active recreation has finally been recognised and given equal standing to organised sport in the contribution it makes to the physical, mental and emotional health and well-being of residents. Horse riding encompasses both recreation and competitive sport. Given the popularity of horse riding in Nillumbik for women and girls, older adults, I loved your submission, thank you. Residents living in rural areas and people with compromised ability, we believe there is a real need to include an acknowledgement of equestrian activity and horse riding in this strategy for it to be authentic. Nillumbik has 12 pony, adult riding, RDA and trail riding clubs with over 700 members between them, demonstrating strong participation in equestrian pursuits in the Shire. There are also riders who don't belong to any clubs at all. Many submissions to the strategy consultation were from horse-owning residents in Nillumbik. They commented, why are horse riding and equestrian pursuits not mentioned at all in the strategy? They mentioned the predominant participation by females, and we know that nearly 90% of horse riders in the Shire are women and girls. Inclusiveness of all ages and abilities, the importance of access to shared trails and public open space, the need for safety away from vehicles and road safety signage, the link between horse riding, healthy active lifestyles and mental health, the value of riding clubs to rural communities, horse ownership and our contribution to green wedge sustainability. Indeed, horse riding warrants a mention in this strategy. The strategy's vision is to provide high quality, inclusive sport and recreation facilities in partnership with the community to support participation for all. We suggest adding the word opportunities because this strategy is not only about infrastructure. The importance of community safety and welfare when considering active recreation sport is not mentioned, which we believe should be included. Hopefully this strategy will redress the funding inequity for activities like horse riding that have largely missed out on financial support by Council to date. And finally, the short and medium term action priorities in Council's own Equine in Nillumbik Plan 2020-2030 clearly align with the 6 key priorities that are central to the successful delivery of the Rec and Leisure strategy over the next 8 years once adopted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, I don't think we can take any questions. He's speaking on behalf of the organisation, but thank you for your submission and for lasting the distance. It's been quite a night. But that's not the end of our submitters. We have 3 more to go, and let's see if we can bring this home before midnight. The first one is from Amanda Wilson. I support the need for the following objectives. However, feel this is not being done well at Nillumbik. If we consider Riders Flat and Arthurs Creek for a moment, 3.1, Nillumbik playgrounds meet the needs of Nillumbik residents and visitors. This facility is continually muddy, wet, and the toilet facilities that are used frequently are not satisfactory. The local community still has to empty the bins on behalf of council, and recently a new playground and footpath was put in without any consideration to what the local residents wanted. No care was taken, and so long grass and low-lying puddles are surrounding the playground. The toilet is still a drop toilet. We have many bike riders and people that stop to use the toilet and needs to be upgraded. The fencing's falling down and no one maintains all the long grass around the immediate playground other than the actual oval. 3.2. Infrastructure renewal and upgrade projects that meet multiple strategy principles are prioritised. No infrastructure renewal or upgrade projects underway to meet the needs of locals. 3.3, Nillumbik Shire Council actively pursue grant and funding opportunities to develop and renew assets to meet community needs. To this date, no funding has been actively sorted out to fund opportunities to develop and renew assets in Arthurs Creek. There is not an increased population of young children in the area, yet the facilities don't accommodate for. There is not an increased population. Okay, I'm sorry about that. There is not an increased population of young people in the area, yet the facilities don't accommodate for. We continually find ourselves driving to Whittlesea Council to use their assets and parks as ours are not well maintained. If we consider Eltham for a moment, a lot of thought and planning go into all of their parks areas, but not in Arthurs Creek. A high number of people drive through this way from Doreen to get to the Yarra Valley, and the facilities are not adequate. We would like to be considered when applying for funding that goes towards opportunities to develop and renew assets that meet the needs of our community. On to Svetlana Rizik on behalf of the Friends of Apollo Parkways. Friends of Apollo Parkways support Nillumbik's Rec and Leisure Strategy 2022. Priority 1, allow space in Nillumbik Times to inform residents of opportunities to participate in initiatives by leisure centres, sporting clubs and active lifestyle groups. Utilise the notice boards at libraries and community houses. Create a page on Nillumbik website to expand on these opportunities with contacts and email addresses. Priority 2, broaden definition of inclusion by involving older residents, less socially confident, or the residents who don't consider fitness a priority. Accessibility of the rec and leisure infrastructure must be achieved by improving parking, walkability, safe crossings and lighting. Priority 3, review all the existing master plans and produce an action and implementation timeline with dates to achieve specific outcomes. Immediate priorities for Nillumbik are A, Civic Drive Community Facilities Master Plan, funding for fitness stations, mapping and signage, shelter and solar barbecue seating, drinking fountains, further planting and maintenance of the existing plants on the passive recreation space. Naming the playground Rainbow Snake Park, revitalising the outdoor performance space by staging community events in summer months. B, Diamond Valley Sports and Fitness Facility Master Plan, retractable seating, integration of mini court with the rest of the stadium, obtaining further federal and state funding for completion of the centre's expansion. Provision of the sufficient parking for increased demand must not encroach on passive recreation space and Rainbow Snake Park. Priority 4, reinforce the community engagement as important, meaningful and real, not merely tokenistic. Thank you for your time. Good luck with the strategy's implementation. We continue with Svetlana. Priority 1, organise and promote whole family events focused on active lifestyle, adventure and exploration of nature. Initiate research into local history and install interactive displays in frequently visited community hubs. Run youth programs that channel creative and physical energy in socially acceptable settings. Street art projects, musical festivals, BMX, skateboarding, parkour meetups and competitions. Revitalise the amphitheatre space at Civic Drive, stage community events such as outdoor movies, musical performances and workshops, celebrations of culturally significant festivals. Invite local traders to use the passive recreation space at Civic Drive for monthly markets. Priority 2, provide unisex bathrooms at all council facilities, feature gender creative people in council publications, organise training sessions, motivation talks and workshops with gender non-conforming people as facilitators. Make play spaces safe by installing secure fence on their perimeter, e.g. Civic Drive Play Space or Rainbow Snake Playground, cannot be used by nearby special developmental school due to lack of fencing that stops children from running onto the road. Priority 3, link the trails and provide the signage with directions and distances to the toilets, playgrounds and landmarks. Build sturdy and safe bridges for walkers, joggers and bike riders. Work with Parks Victoria, Yarra Valley Water, Lions and Rotary to upgrade and improve access to parts of Plenty River Gorge across the Plenty River and Dry Creek. Install fitness equipment, drinking fountains, sun-protected sitting tables at outdoor passive recreation space in Civic Drive. Provide adequate parking for basketball facilities at the Diamond Valley Sports and Fitness Centre on Saturdays without impacting passive recreation space between the bypass, gym and library. There's 2 more priorities. Priority 4, celebrate historical and cultural significance of the area, collaborate with local elders, Wurundjeri Cultural Council, Greensbury Historical Society and Victorian Archives. Develop a local history discovery trail that encompasses both Banyule and Nillumbik sides of Apollo Parkways. Install benches and historic signs at the Civic Drive precinct and along the river. Priority 6, expand habitat of endangered species by planting native vegetation like sweet berseria on the perimeter of passive recreation space at Civic Drive, in the Green Corridor along Greensboro Bypass and on both sides of Plenty River. Get Apollo residents on board by promoting the native plants as an alternative to exotics for private gardens. Together, we can change the landscape for better, for more sustainable future. All right. Do we have a mover?
Could I move the recommendation as per the papers, please?
Yes, you can do that. Do we move to read the motion? Okay, great. Go ahead. As per the papers, we have a seconder, Councillor Duffy. Thank you so much. Any councillors like to speak to the motion?
We'll save my remarks for when we vote on it.
Thank you for that. Any other councillors like to speak at this point in time? Councillor
will.
Duffy, here we go.
I know that it's 11:45.
It really is.
I want to acknowledge the Positive Ageing Committee and thank them for putting the effort together to put in a submission for this important recreation and leisure strategy, and just really acknowledge that as a group of older people representing older people in Nillumbik, that they've done a great job doing that. That's all I want to say. I want to make sure that it's acknowledged that they've gone to that effort. Thank you.
So we have another councillor who would like to speak. It's Councillor Egan. Oh, were you? Oh, I thought you wanted to. All right. I will now put this motion to a vote. All in favour? And that motion is carried unanimously. There being no supplementary and urgent business, we can move on to no confidential reports. I formally close the meeting at 11:47. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone who's been watching online.